It is 1 minute past time to get started with our public hearing. And at this time, I will call the public hearing to order. And our first public hearing is to receive comment concerning the amendment of the 21-22 fiscal year budget. I lost my place. Fiscal year budget for Dickinson County pursuant of 15.2-2507 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. The proposed amendment would add $5,130,026 in additional revenue from the coal and gas severance receipts. And at this time, if there's anyone here that would like to make a public comment, they can step to the podium. Please state your name and address. And anyone that would like to call in for public comment, the number is 276-333-0357. And whether you're by phone or in person, there is a 3-minute limit for speaking.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
in the addendum that Ms. Lyle left for everyone,
Oh, okay.
the updated budget is the first item in that addendum packet there. As you'll see, as you mentioned, the overall change is $5,130,026, and that's from the addition of the additional coal and gas severance monies that were received for fiscal year 22. And of course, as usual, there's summary sheets there showing the revenues and expenditures, the changes. Some are up, some are down, but at the end, the difference is the $5,130,026. Same amount of the coal and gas severance additional monies that came in. A couple things I want to point out on this, and I'll try to make this brief, but we are very blessed this year with severance. Severance is sometimes like a roller coaster. It can be up, it can be down. We had $2.8 million in our budget for severance. Unfortunately, collections were higher than that. It's the first year in many years that we've had a collection like this, and I'm proud of you all because as we've seen the extra money coming in each month, I always said, let's just pretend like it's not there, keep looking at our budget, keep moving forward on this. And, each month you're faced with different needs throughout the county that are legitimate needs. We have people coming to us. We have items within our county that we need, departments that have needs, equipment needs, things like that. And we've tried to meet all those needs as best we can within our operating budget right now. So with that additional money, as a county, we should, at a very, very minimum, have 2 months of working capital in reserves. And ideally 3 months, to be ideal. In a situation like Dickinson County, being so reliant upon severance, having $2.8 million out of an almost $30 million budget being met by severance, that's very volatile. And, if we do have a year that severance is down, we need to have something, that we can turn to if the severance monies don't come in as budgeted. So, I'm glad that we do have some extra money that we can roll into our operating reserves on that.
So, just to make clear so people understand, it usually takes about $2 million a month, right?
About $2.5 million a month, roughly.
And so we our coal and gas, we got $5 million in rainy day fund, more or less.
Well, not really rainy day fund, it's more of a reserve because as you look with the county, operating the county too, whenever we start out in July, we went through our June collections. I seen Ms. Breaks come in, that's, between June and December, our revenue comes in 2 points in the year. And as we go through our years, we get started out with our year each year. You'll notice as we go along, our expenditures are exceeding our revenues initially. So you have to have some operating capital in there too. That's a portion of that reserve because you have to be able to pay your bills until like that December tax deadline comes along, and you collect that December, and then you kind of catch up some, and then you taper off again until June collections come in, which start rolling in late April. Through May we get good collections again, and revenues start balancing back up. So not only reserve, but part of the working capital as far as when we look at our balances.
So is this? It's been a long time since we didn't have to use the coal and gas.
Now, we are using what was in the budget. We had $2.8 million in our operating budget. And then we got, the $5,130,026 approximately over budget is what we received this year throughout the year.
So that's good news.
It is good news. It's unique for the county, different for the county from what we're used to. Last year, we didn't make budget on severance. We fell short. I think in years prior, I think the same thing happened oftentimes. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Well, we have no idea in everyday operation of the county what may transpire as far as any kind of emergency that we may need. And we have no idea when something that we prayed never happens, but another big ordeal at a mine
That's a
that
good-
is shut down, that has no revenue, that is paying no
Cuts the
taxes.
spigot off
That's a
completely.
very good
Yeah.
point,
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
One
because,
accident away.
Yeah,
Yeah, Deep Mine 41, that's the bulk of our severance coming from that one operation, As Ron said, if we were to have an accident or, something like that and it shut them down, then our revenue stream is gonna be, on severance anyway, is gonna be
right.
very much halted, be
Right.
very minimal what comes in besides that.
Keep mining that coal.
Okay, are there anybody present that has a comment? Have we got any phone calls? Okay,
Oh, you got to go.
oh, okay. Well, we
Hello,
still have a few minutes for our second one anyway, go ahead.
Paul O'Quinn, 796 Newberry Ridge,
Thank you.
Clintwood. Just a quick comment. And I don't know that the money, it sounds like it's not really earmarked for anything at this point. But, thinking about the county's renewed sort of initiative, looking at economic development, I think, having some of those funds potentially available for items that we can't get funding from other sources, for economic development. I think that might be something to keep in mind with the extra severance that has come in. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you for your comment. No phone
Madam
calls?
Chair, I make a motion we
Okay.
close
That's fine.
this one out.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a moving second to close the public hearing on the physical, on the amendment of the 21-22 fiscal year budget. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Okay, moving on to public hearing number 2, which is the amendment of the solid waste and litter ordinance. The Dickinson County Board of Supervisors will hold a public hearing to receive public comment concerning the proposed amendment of the solid waste and litter ordinance to allow on-site destruction of open burning of clean
I
waste
think we
wood.
probably should wait till 5:35 for when it was.
Well,
Oh.
we're gonna have to wade into it quite a bit, yeah, you're right.
Oh,
But I mean, I
okay,
don't
we
think
can
we can
wait.
start it.
Yeah.
We can wait.
Let's
I
think-
never touch my time to see the time.
I
I'm
see
sorry.
your reason, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Because if someone's coming for that.
We got to
Yeah.
advertise, right?
Yep, I agree.
Time to move on to our second public hearing, which is the amendment of the solid waste and litter ordinance. I'll go back and finish reading this. To receive public comment concerning the proposed amendment of the solid waste and litter ordinance to allow on-site destruction by open burning of clean waste wood in Article 16 on June 28, 2022, at 5:35 in the second floor conference room of the Dickinson Center for Education and Research in Clintwood. A copy of the proposed ordinance with the amendment may be inspected and obtained in the county administrator's office at the Dickinson Center for Education. And if, Mr. Barton, you have anything to go over on this, or?
Madam Chair, what I'd like to ask is, Mr. Powers with Cable Plus is in the audience, and he can share some more information with us, if that's okay?
On the waste and
On the
litter.
waste?
This is on the
I'm
solid-
sorry, I'm confused here, I'm sorry. All right, getting ahead of myself here. The solid waste and litter ordinance, yes. What we're looking at here, the only change that we're proposing has to do with, which is the disposal of clean wood. We've run into some situations when people are doing demolition work, like tearing down a house, building, whatever. The way our ordinance read previously, it did not say that we could not burn clean wood, but it didn't say that we could either. And so DEQ out of Abingdon has recommended to our building inspector, Mr. Rakes, that we update our ordinance to allow the burning of clean wood. And that's the changes. They're all highlighted in yellow in our packet here. And it goes to the definition of clean wood and then, says how it can be disposed of with that. So we'll entertain any more questions, or I think there may be some other questions in the ordinance as well.
Yeah, and I don't know if I should do that now or, okay. I was gonna make a recommendation, of course, we hear what the citizens bring, but I think we should go through this document. Things like there's fees for, disposal, we probably need to pull that out and have a separate fee schedule because I don't think it matches what we're actually charging at the transfer station currently. We should reference it. The other thing is, things like, if we're not gonna apply it and adhere to it, then we don't need to specify it in the thing. And I'll give you an example. I know none of you have seen this anywhere, but I think it specifically says you're not allowed to put a refrigerator box in your front lawn and use that as a trash receptacle. That's what our ordinance says. So why have it in there if we're not gonna enforce it?
I think we need to go ahead and amend it for the wood piece, and then we can have a workshop or whatever to amend the rest of it, but we need to go ahead and amend the wood piece tonight. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, he's
Yes.
talking about amending parts that have not been really advertised.
Correct.
So we would need to do, we would have to do a meeting,
Oh, okay, I
think
didn't,
throughout
not amending the whole thing.
Years that we have approved this before in our, waste management, policy, that we've amended these for the burning before.
But if you look at the advertisement, it specifically references
Says.
the wood. If he wants to bring up this other stuff, that's fine, but you're gonna have to advertise it with those specific changes. So tonight, we need to amend it so somebody's
I'm
not
fine
in
with
trouble
that.
for burning wood on their property.
I just thought we should fix the whole thing and
Well, you
start doing
can, you
it.
didn't advertise it that
No,
way.
I understand.
So we probably need to, I mean, I don't care if you wanna, since we have it, add that to our agenda tonight to open the discussion on what you want change. I mean, you see what I'm saying? But we need to go ahead and adopt it with the wood change now and whatever other changes potentially at another meeting. I mean, right, Mr. I mean, that's what we would have to if we chose to wanna modify.
Yeah, I'm not
it.
trying to
That
deviate.
is
I understand
correct.
your point.
Right, if we advertise for that modification, then that's what would
Tonight.
have to be approved for tonight.
Right.
And we would have to go back and re-advertise for
Is
that.
that specifically what we advertised for the change in the wood? Okay,
We did.
we're stuck. We have to.
Yeah.
We need to table the whole thing till next month or approve this. And
Well, I think,
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes time to a vote, I think we need to
Let's just go
approve it to, that way nobody else has
Think
any
that's the
issues in the
only issue,
meantime.
Yeah, that's fine.
What's in our packet in front, this is the advertisement.
That's
paper.
advertisement in
Yeah.
17B has the actual,
Yeah, this was the actual advertisement in the paper.
I guess I was confused. Is this for individuals to burn, or is this for burning for the, truck shop to do some?
no, it would be
Both.
just for, it could be
Individuals.
both, I guess. It could be individuals. We've run into a situation recently, like if someone's tearing down a home.
Right,
And they burn clean wood, and it gives the definition, it couldn't have any tar or anything on it, then we don't allow that in our policy, so therefore DEQ says that if we don't say you can allow it, then you can't do it. So we're just giving that as an option. I know some of the homes, even in the Trammell project, that they're tearing down, and some that are slated to be torn down. I think the store, a portion of that, I think they were planning on doing some burning on some of that, so instead of hauling it off.
That's why I'm saying we need to go ahead and do this.
And we can. I just, I don't
Yeah,
think
good
there was a
point.
pressing issue to get this approved tonight either. But yeah, it needs to be advertised, right? I don't disagree with that.
Anybody else here, anyone present for a comment? Any phone call? Okay. Since there's no other comment, I will entertain a motion and a second to close this public hearing.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Moving on to, it is now time for the third one at 5:41. And this is a public hearing to receive public comment on the development of franchise agreement for Dickinson County on June 28th in the second floor of the conference room of the Dickinson Center for Education. And I think we have someone here to speak.
We're on the right one now.
We're
I was
on
getting
the
ahead of
right one
myself,
now, huh?
so.
Yeah,
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Scott Powers. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Hunter Smith & Davis in Kingsport, Tennessee, and I'm here on behalf of Cable Plus, the applicant for the franchise. What I thought I'd do is just give you a little bit of background on the company, talk for just a minute on a couple of the highlights from the agreement that might be of interest for you, and of course, if there's any questions, entertain any questions you have. Cable Plus is a regional cable and internet provider headquartered in Honaker, Virginia. It's owned by David Eaton and Joni Eaton. They've been a regional cable and internet service provider here in the area for over 20 years. They serve Russell County, Buchanan County, Dickinson County, and Tazewell County in the cities and municipalities of Rakes Ridge, Rosedale, Greenbrier, Breaks, and Lebanon, and also Hayside. One of the primary points that I want to call your attention to in the agreement that this is a non-exclusive franchise agreement. We're not looking to have an exclusive arrangement with Dickinson County that prohibits any other cable or internet provider, but we felt like it was important as Cable Plus grows and as the county of Dickinson grows. What we're trying to do is memorialize an arrangement that's already, or memorialize a relationship that's already in place. Cable Plus is already in Dickinson County serving customers in Dickinson County, and what we're trying to do is put a franchise agreement together to memorialize the relationship that's already here. The franchise agreement is for 10 years. One of the important features of it is it sets forth the use of the streets and dedicated easements to try and minimize any kind of impact if there's any repairs or construction to the system that Cable Plus is running. And it also clarifies and makes clear Cable Plus's responsibilities in terms of maintaining the system and upkeep of the system. And also it includes kind of your standard provisions regarding insurance and indemnification, and it sets forth the insurance thresholds that Cable Plus is going to maintain throughout the entire relationship. We respectfully submit this franchise agreement for consideration by the Board of Supervisors in the spirit of memorializing and continuing a good business relationship with the county. Are there any questions?
Are there plans to expand beyond Rakes Ridge, Hayside, and the Breaks area?
Not currently. Not currently.
So it's mainly serving that end of the county for internet and cable, right?
Yes, ma'am.
any concerns, Will, with this?
Not from my end. I've looked over the agreement. I've talked with Mr. Powers. I feel comfortable from the legal.
Yeah, and I didn't have any, I just.
Right.
Yeah.
My only question is, he's been in business for 20 years. Why has he just now decided to do the franchise?
Well, I think you just bought it, didn't you? This cable?
Actually, no, Jody and David bought it probably the better part of 15 years ago.
Right.
And they are,
so he's
they're
bought
trying
their
to
behalf.
plan for
Okay.
their future retirement.
I thought you bought it
And
from them.
if they're in a position in the time moving forward to transfer the system or sell it, it would be much better for the sale of the property and also for the county, because if we put this contract in place and a sale takes place, that contract would be assigned to the new owner. So you would already have the terms of the agreement in place, and any changes that would take place would have to be at the end of the term. So mostly, we've been, over the past year, we've been going through Cable Plus's system and trying to document and memorialize things that were probably set up initially in a less formal relationship. And with David and Jody moving on in years and considering their options for the future, we figured it would be better to have the system documented properly and appropriately with all its partners moving forward. But you make a good point, is that when David acquired the system, and for the years he's been doing it, some of these relationships have been less formal and have worked just fine. But moving forward, we're more or less trying to groom the documentation and the records of the company.
How many customers do you have? Does this,
Well, that's a good question. It's and we've gone through this exercise. I'd say we're talking about a total. I
well,
would
not
say.
really in Dickinson County is what I was more or less thinking about.
Well, I don't have that number with me, but if I was to give you an estimate, I would say you're probably in the neighborhood of 700 to 800.
Any?
And again, that kind of gets, there are some customers that are just cable, there are some customers that are just internet, there are some customers that are a combination of the two. So it's, but I'd say if you kind of blended all that together and just kind of measured, you're probably in the neighborhood of 700 or a little bit more.
The internet services they provide, is it fiber optic or what kind of internet services do they provide?
Some of it is fiber. Some of it, there is the potential for fiber. I know that David had a project underway where he had purchased some fiber to lay it through, I think it was the Greenbrier portion. That project never got off the ground. He still has the fiber, and he may be planning to do that in the future. But
For a shame they don't plan to expand any.
well, I can mention that to him.
Well, they're looking to sell, it might be something an owner might want to do.
Sure.
Statutorily will, and of course, Mr. Powers, I know you're counsel for Cable Plus. Why is this necessary? I guess Comcast has a franchise, obviously, and other providers, and you all just never formally had the franchise between the Board of Supervisors and Cable Plus.
That's
Why
correct.
is it necessary, though, legally?
Well, as I said, if you're asking in general, why does any cable company want a franchise relationship with a county or specifically?
Well, yeah, just why I think it's good for the public's knowledge and maybe even some of our members, including myself, to know why this is necessary. If you already have the customers in the county, why is the franchise agreement necessary?
Well,
Or not necessary?
well, in terms of whether or not it's absolutely necessary, again, Cable Plus.
Obviously not.
It's not
Right.
absolutely
Marketable,
necessary
yeah.
because, well, it hasn't been, we've been operating in this area for over 20 years. And
Well, that's right.
But the advantage of having a franchise agreement in place is as you go through the agreement, what it does do is it clarifies certain things like insurance coverages, indemnification. If there is additional expansion of the system throughout other parts of the county, it makes it clear that that expansion will take place in existing easements and existing roadways, so it will have as little impact as possible. So there's some legal provisions that are being set up in this agreement and established that I think are advantageous for both Cable Plus and the county.
Any phone calls? Okay.
I guess Mr. Eaton knows we have a franchise tax, doesn't he?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are a little bit past time for our fourth one.
I'm sorry, is there time to make a quick comment? If not, it's okay.
On that?
Yeah.
On the
Yeah,
franchise.
Yeah, because I haven't
Closed it,
closed
yeah.
it yet. I was calling for a closure.
Just real quick.
So I think one thing to consider, this is a contract. The organization I left, our quality certifying body, really hit on the fact that you should include quality metrics in contracts. So especially if this is going to specify the level of service that's provided to the county, you may want to think about incorporating things like measuring the broadband speeds. Are they delivered as promised? Installation lead time or downtime.
How would we ever measure that?
Well, the company should
Well,
have
I
a
mean,
means
how
of
would we
measuring
know
it.
As a board, how would we ever enforce that?
Well, you may have to reach out to like a third-party auditor if you don't have faith in what the company itself is providing to you.
Do we
But
have
just as a general comment, I'm just saying that quality certifying organizations would say you should probably think about, if it's appropriate, putting some quality metrics in your contract, just in case there are issues that arise in the future.
I'd like to
That's
know
all.
if this is a similar one as we have with Point Broadband, for instance.
Well, and that's what I was just gonna say, there's like 4 companies, you got Hillcom, you got this one, you got Point Broadband, and
You know if we have one
And
with Point
Scott
Broadband.
County.
So we don't even have a franchise. So I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't treat them as a small business any different than I would Point Broadband.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna pay somebody to go measure broadband speed.
Yeah.
And when you're looking at quality metrics too, obviously, there's other options you can go to as well.
Right.
So
Yeah.
looking at
Well,
the market-
some people in the county have other options, some don't.
Right.
Some don't have any.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah.
well, and I wouldn't suggest you do one and not the other.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, I agree,
Yeah, and
but I think he's just making a point that, you know, cause.
And if not for this contract, then it's just something to think about going forward as the county enters in contracts with various vendors or suppliers of services, to incorporate in your contract measures that are important to the county, being the customer in that situation, so that you have, you have some leverage going forward if the service you expect is not being delivered.
Well, one key point would be with this whole thing with Point Broadband and that,
Won't start
the
late.
body grants and all that, key on a
start
certain
late.
level of service has to be provided. And that, so you're right, something like that might be
I
also.
signed my contract with Scott County before they installed it. So I know what speed they guaranteed me,
Yeah.
and so that's where you sign your contract.
Right.
Well, but it just sounded like
Individual.
this is a contract being made with the
It's
county
something that we couldn't keep up with.
and
I
not
don't think.
individually with, residences. So again, it's just something to keep in mind
Yes.
as you go forward when you enter in contracts.
Okay,
That's all I have.
thank you. Thank you.
The point I was trying to make is on all those grant monies, VODI and that, the key to that is those grants were given based on whether they met a certain service requirement that they deemed was the minimum. And and we didn't have it in our county, but the other counties had challenges to the contract with Point Broadband because they found areas where Point Broadband put in for it, but other service providers were providing that level of service already.
Well, they've done that here in this county.
We didn't have a challenge
Delano
here.
called in, we got a call in.
Is it open
It's on
now?
the line now.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Sykes.
Okay, this
Mrs.
is Colin Sykes from Rexbridge.
Uh-huh,
I'm watching you all on TV. And he says that he's got the cable on Rexbridge.
uh-huh.
Okay, only place it comes to is out there to his antenna. And I'm 21 houses from that antenna, and that's about a mile. So why aren't we getting served?
I think you'd have to contact the Cable Plus and ask them to.
About extending
I
it.
did one time.
It's probably more for when we actually vote on it, but since we're into it, why do localities do this? I mean, we don't have one, as we said, with Point Broadband, so why would we do this? And I'm not saying we wouldn't, I'm just,
Sure.
what's the benefit? And I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Well, he said it's so that he has his, things in order that he can sell it and then you,
Yeah, but I
You
mean, I
also
wanna know
sell
what
your right of way.
it does for the county or not does for the county.
I think one of the key parts it does for the county is ensuring the insurance coverage is there and certain provisions from the contract. Because obviously, if that wasn't in place, if the agreement wasn't in place, then those provisions that are standard part of those agreements, that doesn't exist. And so to me, it's documenting a mutual understanding of, hey, the insurance provisions we have are here. If there were other, other provisions that you want specifically in there, that those are in there.
It means nothing in terms of service, where they send service, how they send service. I mean, it means nothing in that respect.
Well, I mean, obviously from a maintenance standpoint, it documents that, that they're responsible for the maintenance, what they're supposed to do. But as far as like where service is gonna be, you're right, it does
Yeah.
nothing.
I guess what I find interesting is that we have Point Broadband who's got all of our money and we don't even have a franchise agreement with them, but yet they're the ones supposed to be connecting households and we can't, I guess that has nothing to do with Cable Plus. I just find that interesting that we don't have a franchise agreement with the entity that's got millions of our dollars.
Well,
And it's
they
not-
have-
And it's not hooking people
They have
up.
taxpayer dollars, but I don't know that they're necessarily our dollars, are they?
So we weren't
We
included
are
on the grant
no,
application?
but you know what I'm saying, in general, we didn't have a choice in it, they picked Point Broadband to get those
But they,
contracts.
Point Broadband used our information
Yeah, I agree.
in our county.
I agree, but it wasn't like dollars we gave them, it's dollars from the state.
Well, we give Cumberland Plateau how
I
much?
think he's wanting to speak again.
Yeah, I
Well,
was,
just one more thing to add.
We're digressing off of you, but I just
Yeah.
find that interesting.
And you're right. I would say that this franchise agreement is not an attempt to capture a level of service.
Right.
But one of the things to answer your question in terms of, well, why do we do this anyway? Or what's the point? Is that I do know that when cable companies have to do their filings with the FCC, and if they want to make a change to their system or apply for an expansion of their system, you have to provide reports and a description of your system.
So would that just be cable then? Would that include internet, or do you know the answer to that? And if you don't, I understand.
I don't, but I think,
Okay.
my impression is that it includes both. And I know that those applications say, where is your system, and do you have a franchise agreement with the places that you're
How are
providing
these?
service?
So how do we not have an agreement with who's got? And again, this means nothing to you. I'm just getting riled up here on who's got our money for our internet and who's not getting their internet. So anyway,
Oh. I'm not sure what we got for Comcast or those guys.
we've got one with Comcast.
That's what I thought.
Thank you.
Harry Childers, I've sat back here and listened. One question I have, within the franchise agreement or the contract, does this board have are you going to be asked if Cable Plus is to be sold to other owners, is there a requirement that group come before this board and sign that same franchise agreement along with the same insurance requirements? Because if not, do you have a thing to do with them? They could sell to anybody that may not be capable and financially able to run the system, and the people that have the services no longer can have them.
I think
So
that's
one
what
thing.
he touched on that
Yeah.
and said, yes, it would follow a sale and they would be bound and
Well,
whoever
but
bought.
I'm saying though, is it memorialized within the agreement to do? Because if I'm not mistaken, that was one of the issues between Cumberland Plateau and the Point Broadband, wasn't it, Ron? That went through, that was one of the agreements, one of the problems then, that wasn't, there were some issues about that transfer. Just comment.
any other calls? Okay, we are past time and still got 2 more public hearings before we start our regular meeting. I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing on the franchise agreement.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay, we have a move and second to close the public hearing. If no other comments, then all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Okay, moving on to the public hearing number 4 is the proposed secondary 6-year plan for fiscal year 23-24 through 27th and 28 on the secondary system construction budget for fiscal year 22-23 through 27, I believe it should be in 27, 28. And do you have any explanations or anything to,
I do not. This is
Explain
what
on this.
VDOT provided us previously on this. It shows, of course, the in the 6-year plan, the Rush Creek Road project, some resurfacing countywide rural addition, countywide transportation services, and Little Caney Ridge, Blade Ditch and Surface Street, that area. That's the projects that are identified. And of course, with VDOT, they work the the 2 programs now. You've got the 6-year plan and you've got the Smart Skill, and they alternate years between the 2. So
They have basically got that, Rush Creek Road done. They've already closed the old road and it looks real nice. It looks like they still need to pave it. They're,
right,
rolling their gravels down right now, and it looks really good.
good. It's good to hear.
yeah, I seen it Sunday when I went out the ridge. Any phone calls? Okay. Anybody here for comment?
Madam Chair, I move we close this public hearing.
Okay. Second?
I'll second.
We have a move and second to close the public hearing on the proposed secondary 6-year plan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Moving on to the last one. It is the public hearing in accordance to the Virginia Code Section 15.2, 14, 14.1 of the Code of Virginia of 1950 as amended. The Dickinson County Board of Supervisors will hold a public hearing in the second floor conference room of the Deeser Building and receive public comment regarding the Board of Supervisors salary ordinance. I'll go back here. For all of you all who do not know, I will read you our salary. The rate of compensation for the Dickinson County Board of Supervisors shall be $5,500 annually, which is a year. This amount may be automatically adjusted annually based on the Consumer Price Index for inflation. However, the annual inflation adjustment shall not exceed 5%. The chairman of the Board of Supervisors shall receive an additional $1,800 annually, and the vice chair of the Board of Supervisors shall receive an additional $1,200 annually. And as far as I know, that pay scale for any Board of Supervisor has not been raised in quite some years.
It's my understanding as well, Madam Chair.
Yeah. So, that is what we make as public servant, basically. And if you notice, if anytime anybody would like to look at my calendar, there's some days I'm making 2 meetings a day, which was today. I had one at 9:30 over here and back here at 5:20, and they overlap, and you gotta run out, and then you're out 2 or 3 days a week. But when we stepped up to serve, to run, just to ask our citizens in our districts to vote for us, I feel like that we said if we get elected, we'll do that. So we try our best to serve you all. Does anybody have a comment? No one's called in? Okay,
Madam Chair, I move we close this public hearing.
okay, second.
Second.
We have a moving second to close the public hearing on the Board of Supervisors salary ordinance. All in favor, please say aye. Aye as well. Okay. We will move on to our regular Board of Supervisor meeting for June 28th, which was to begin at 6. I will now call our meeting to order, and we have all 5 board members, Ms. Willis, Ms. Willis from the Kennedy District, Ms. Sluss from the Clintwood District, myself, Peggy from the Irvington District, Mr. Peters from the Sand Lake District, and Mr. Evans from the Willis District. Our Madam Clerk, Teresa Lyle, is here, our Administrator, Mr. Barton, and our County Attorney, Will Sturgill. And Mr. Barton, would you lead in prayer for us?
Let's pray. Most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we just come before you here tonight, Lord, and just pray that your presence be with us tonight, Lord, as the supervisors discuss the business of the county, Lord. Lord, I just pray that you'd give them wisdom, Lord, give them discernment, Lord, as they make tough decisions moving forward, Lord. Lord, to be with our county, Lord. We pray for those afflicted with COVID, Lord, and other ailments that may be facing them, Lord, that you would just heal them, Lord. Heal our county, Lord. Bless our county, Lord, and just keep all of our children, all of our citizens safe, Lord. Lord, it's all these things we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. And if we all stand and ask Ron Peters to lead in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, item 3 on our agenda tonight is the approval of the minutes. We have our budget workshop on May 19th, our public hearing on May 24th, our regular meeting on May 24th, and our public hearing on June 7th.
There's no discussion. I make a motion to approve all of them.
Okay?
I'll second that motion.
We have a moving second to approve the minutes of, since our last meeting. All in favor, please say aye. Aye as well. Number 4 is the approval of the agenda. And I noticed that, wherever I put it, we have
an addendum with 21B.
We have an addendum to add 21B and C to the other business.
Madam Chair, I'd also like to request if we could add consultation with legal counsel in with our closed meeting.
Okay. Any other? So I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda with the addition of 21B and C for the addendum to that, as well as adding legal counsel to our closed session. I'll, motion and second on that.
I'll make that motion.
So what are we adding?
We're adding this here, number 20,
This group, 21A.
So what is it?
ADA grievance procedure and the Thomas P. Miller and Associates Professional Service Agreement.
What's the ADA grievance procedure?
The ADA grievance procedure is what we discussed last month, where we needed to have an ADA coordinator in place. You all can nominate.
I understand,
Karen
okay.
Fuller. Federal law requires the grievance procedure in place as well, so that was something that was written for your all's approval, and that way we're.
And the
compliant.
professional services agreement?
Yes, the professional services agreement is something that Mr. Phillips is working on that has to do with economic development, the rebranding process with the marketing prospectus.
And those are all attached.
They are.
Yeah,
Yes,
they're-
ma'am.
And
Okay.
was not in our packet.
That's correct, yes.
No. But I think we got that in an email earlier.
Yes.
Okay, Rhonda has made the motion to add those 3 things to our agenda. Do I hear a second?
Are you wanting a motion to have the agenda approved with those additions?
Yes.
Is that your motion?
Now I'll make that motion.
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a moving second to approve the agenda with the additions being made. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Okay, number 5, our county administrator's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your package, you have the county administrator report for the month of April. The treasurer's office just got the month of May completed and brought that down to us right after lunch, but we weren't able to get that in the packet, so we'll have May and June for you next month. But looking at April, the general county fund revenue for the month of April was $1,810,151. Year-to-date revenue, $21,775,012. Expenditures for the month of April, $2,043,781. Year-to-date expenditures is $22,817,594. Looking at the local coal and gas road improvement fund, revenue for the month of April was $782,169. Year-to-date, $6,143,895. Expenditures were $384,705 for the month of April. Year-to-date, $2,684,701. The E911 fund, revenue for the month of April, $163,439. Year-to-date, $779,990. Expenditures for the month of April, $85,362. Year-to-date, $755,954. Lastly, the Federal CARES Act COVID-19 fund, revenue for the month of April was $72. Year-to-date, $455,968. Expenditures for the month of April, $1,520. Year-to-date, $793,323. I'll answer any questions that anyone has on that.
Any comments?
I'll make a motion, we accept his report.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a moving second to accept the county's administrator's report. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Item number 6 is the expenditures for the general county fund, the E911 fund, the coal and gas road improvement fund, and the Federal CARES Act. And I will make a statement before we even go to discussion or vote. I will be abstaining from voting from this because in our expenditures, I was paid for doing a catering job for the judge at the courthouse back at the 1st of June, so I will be abstaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Looking at our general county fund for the month of May, we had expenditures of $913,008.09. The enhanced E911 fund expenditures were $135,793.23. Coal and gas road improvement fund was $0, and the Federal CARES Act was $170,401. I'll answer any questions if anyone has any on the expenditures.
Any comments, questions?
I'm just curious, how much do you charge per plate when you cater?
At today's prices, pushing $20, $17 to $20, especially if I stay and serve it. If it's a drop-off, it may be less. Well, it is less if it's a drop-off.
If there's no questions, I make a motion that we pay our bills and pay all the expenditures.
Second.
I second it.
Okay, we have a moving second to approve the expenditures. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I abstain. Okay, number 7, there's nothing in our packet, but it's on the Wolfpack softball team, and I understand that that may have gotten on the agenda by Shelby's request, so I will ask her to take over on that one.
Wasn't my request, they requested that I put it on the agenda.
Oh, okay,
I think
sorry.
Ms. Robinson is gonna be their spokesman.
Okay.
You come up here to the podium if you don't.
Some of our girls are on vacation, so this is what we've got right now. But this is our Wolfpack eight-year-old coach pitch softball team. These girls were chosen to be on our All-Stars team. They've worked hard all season, and you guys helped us to purchase their jerseys for their All-Star tournament. We wanted to say thank you, so we got you guys some posters with your names on them hold this, you guys open that one. And you guys open this one. One of them is to.
Bring them up here and do it.
This one says, thank you to Josh Evans in the Willis District for for sponsoring us, and the other one is to Shelby Willis in the Kennedy District for helping us purchase our jerseys.
Thank you all.
Thank
Y'all done a good job this year.
Very
Y'all
well.
look so good.
You wanna bring them
We'll
up?
get a
Yeah,
picture
you
with
wanna
them.
come bring the girls and your pictures and come up here and we'll do
I got, what's the wolf do at the moon?
Sorry, say that again.
One of them knows what I'm talking about, right? She won't, ow!
Why not?
That's a good cheer. Sorry.
You embarrassed, Bob.
Yeah, but I think your suggestion's great. We should do a picture.
Let's get a picture, maybe, if we get them to come up here to
Come on.
the stage.
I have to say, this team played a traveling team. I don't know if it's all these girls or not. but-
Yes, it is all these girls plus some more. We actually have decided, we started a travel team, so they were playing in travel tournaments.
So what did they win?
They were eligible for All-Stars, which we didn't win the All-Stars tournament, we come in third. Yeah, third.
Congratulations.
You all done so good.
And on their
So
traveling
pretty in
team,
uniforms.
on their traveling team, they'd never played traveling before, and they came in second place, and Bruce and I watched some of the teams they played, we said, these girls do not have a chance. And they came in second place, the only team that beat them, this is their mascot.
Yeah, cutest mascot we've ever seen.
And anyway, they came in second place, and the only team that beat them was 28-0. They had never lost a game.
Yep, never lost a game.
And these girls scored 5 points on them to 16. These kids can't do anything without the parents. So if the parents want to come up with them, you're welcome to come.
Yeah, please.
Because you have to get them to the game.
Everybody look right here on the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Do it again. 1, 2, 3. Good job, good parents.
Thank you,
Thank you.
and really, they had the neatest uniforms and the coolest uniforms.
Yes, they were cool,
for
weren't they?
For summer.
Yep.
Thank
They
you to all
had-
the parents and
They
coaches.
look
Thank
great
you.
with
What
their.
you do.
Thank
She
you
your
guys.
coach?
My husband is, but he works for the power company. He's on
Okay,
evening
thank
shift
you,
this week.
thank you all so much. I
But
know
she
it's a
helps
lot.
them, she keeps staff and everything, don't she?
Yes.
Bye, girls, thank you so much.
Thank you guys
Thank
so
you all,
much.
great job.
Not sure which one's which.
Thank you so much.
This one's yours.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you, guys.
appreciate that. Thank you all for getting them to the games too.
Thank you, Jelaine. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Amber and Jelaine coached the team all year. They done real good with it.
The girls softball in every division is doing excellent.
We've got a boys
Yeah,
team
boys,
going
too.
to stay, and we've got a girls team that's going to stay.
Really? I know, I try to keep up with them, they're doing excellent, and I'm real proud of them.
And it's the 11, 12-year-old girls.
I can't keep up with all
and
the
11,
teams. They're all
12-year-old boys.
so
I know,
good.
there's
and
so
they-
many of them, and then they do so good, and then,
I think the
also
team
was
Logan
noticing-
plays on is going to state in Lynchburg.
But did they play, well, I can't keep up with all the games, but
See,
The
did the
girls
girls play, what was it they played, the big girls, they went somewhere.
I know who you're talking about.
Ashley's
Right
girl,
at Renee Conley's granddaughter.
Renee Gonley's granddaughters. They do
If
good.
anybody wants to sponsor those teams that's going, the girls are going to Buckingham County to play. I think they're 11, 12. And the boys, I believe, are basically the same age, and they're going to, I forgot where they're going. But anyway, we got 2 teams going to state,
Wonderful.
and I think that's great.
Very impressive, I think. A lot to be proud of.
Lots of dedication from parents and coaches.
everybody working together. to
When
make
are
that
they
happen.
going to state? Is it some week after, the weekend after
I don't
the
know, they're
4th?
making up their money now.
Yeah. I have a grandson that's on the team that's going to state, and they are going Friday and Saturday and Sunday, I think, after the 4th, and they play in Lynchburg. But I knew the girls was playing somewhere else.
They're
I
going
didn't
to
know.
Buckingham County.
Okay, all right. Okay, moving on to item number 8, which is our public comment. Our phone number is 276-333-0357. Anyone that has a comment that would like to call in, please state your name and your address. Anyone here present that has a public comment, they can step to the podium, do the same, and they are a 3-minute time.
Hello. Joseph Boyd from Sand Lake District. Recurrent indigestion, I guess. I'm coming back to ask the supervisors to please consider an ordinance to enable the PSA for natural gas. I'm not asking you to fund anything, I'm just asking you to enable based upon the law that was passed in 2009. You're just unlocking the door. The discovery comes next. The reason I ask for this is there is an opportunity that I have reached out into, and I have discovered other opportunities that are going on across Southwest Virginia for economic development where natural gas is essential. Dickinson County has over 5,000 gas wells. We don't get the benefit off of any of it except what we get taxed. So all I'm asking you to do is take the lock off of it so we can get some benefit off of it. Now that we got that indigestion out of the way, I'll ask for the other one now. I'm a new member of the Shriners, and our mission goal is the charity of Shriners Hospital. And I wanted to ask, we have 2 children here in Dickinson County that are transported to Shriners Hospital. So wanted to ask supervisors if you may consider if you have discretionary funds. I offer any further explanation for that. You know, of course, we can't say who they are, but there are 2 from Dickinson County that go for services. And
Do y'all have a local branch here?
no, we don't have a local club over here. I'm probably, besides one other new member, there's probably only a few members over here.
So who would we give the money to or whatever?
We'd actually write this one to Jericho Temple in Kingsport, but ultimately it's going to the hospital. It's just money's passing through. The
Can
efficiency
you email me
rate.
those details?
Sir?
Would you email me those details?
Absolutely. I'll send you one for your office too. I got a nice plaque for your office, sir.
We need an address to,
Yeah, I actually have an online form if you want a plaque. But, you know, if you don't want a plaque, that's fine, you know. But I usually approach anyone that would like to help out and you know. have
We
some-
would probably need to get the address and then, because a lot of when we spend our discretionary funds, we go to Cindy and have her cut a check to go to.
Yeah. To raise a little bit of awareness about Shriners Hospital, there's 22 of them. Shriners Hospital helps with children that are suffering from burns.
Is that in Lexington?
I think it's Lexington.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but the family that's here, they go to Lexington, I probably assume?
Greenville's the one I know of.
Okay.
For
My daughter went to
orthopedics.
Lexington once for something.
Well, you know, it's based on specialty, so I think.
True, and this was orthopedic deal,
Yeah,
so.
so we have.
But they're very good.
Yeah, no child will be turned down. I mean, that's the premise behind it. Under federal law, you know, we can't say free health care. If they have insurance, it has to be taken, but, you know, no child's gonna be denied whether they can pay that or not. And the areas of our focus, I'm sorry, that's mine, wouldn't it?
That's
The areas of focus are cleft palate, orthopedics, and burns. Now this is news and relay information, but I think they brought 2 burned children from Ukraine as a result of the war, and Shriners Hospital helped those. Kids are not turned down. So that's my recent charity mission. I'm on that mission. I actually have a crazy goal this year of just money that I want to raise for the hospital. Don't know if y'all seen the news. We had the hiking Shriner that was gonna walk the Appalachian Trail before he got an injury. We just have a personal goal of this is how much money we want to raise for this charity. The effective rate for the dollar that goes to Shriners Hospital is, and I hope I'm getting this right, is 91 cents. It's about 9 cents administration for what you do have between money changing hands and somebody administering the funds, which is supposed to be a 5-star rating, as long as you're up there in the 90s. So, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, just send us the address, okay?
Or Joe, if you want to send it to me, I'll share it with them, it's whatever you want to do, so.
Anyone else? Any phone calls?
Madam Chair, given the length of the agenda, I suggest we move on from public
Okay.
comment. If it's pleasing to you and the board.
If there's no other comments, no telephone calls, then I will entertain a motion to close public comment.
So moved.
Okay, and second?
Second.
Okay, moving second to close public comment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Number 9, riding on the ATVs on the highways. And I think this was a request by,
Mr. Peters.
Mr. Peters, yeah. Oh, yeah, I see it on this email now. I couldn't find his name on it.
Yeah, we've had this come up several times, and we've, even last term, we discussed it. Hayside was where we opened up where folks could drive inside the Hayside limits. I've long felt like if they went further, it could get to the E&S Grocery and JDM, but Clintwood's also approached, and they want access to the roads with the ATVs. So whatever we can do to facilitate, this is one of our forms of tourism. It'd be nice if we explore opening up some more. I think some of the caveat or problem areas may be as if the speed limit's in excess of 35 miles an hour. And that's why I mentioned the two they're 35 all the way from Hayside down there, but in Clintwood, they're looking to get a trail at some point down here, and they're gonna want to, and I've been approached by Clintwood folks
Right.
to have access.
Their town council would have to approve it as well.
What's that?
Their council would have to approve it.
Yeah, they would.
Have they?
I don't know.
Mr. Peters?
I agree with you, we should never
Didn't we already vote
do.
that they could go to E&S?
What's that?
Didn't we already vote that they can go to the
No, we've never
E&S?
opened it up. I asked several times, but never got
I was
approached.
thinking that we did.
Do we have to vote on that and then VDOT subsequently approves it, or do
And
we
they
have
can
to?
only go 25 miles per
That's what I
hour.
thought.
I think we have to work with VDOT
We
to
have to
open the
work-
door.
Madam Chair, if I might,
Yeah.
in speaking with Joey Mullins at VDOT, it's my understanding that they have to review the area. I mean, of course, the Board of Supervisors
We
has
passed
to
the
allow.
resolution first.
And then if the town council, if it's within town limits, they will have to pass a resolution to allow it. But VDOT has to do a traffic study as far as the
And
speed
his point
study.
is valid. We should never be approving something in these towns without the town council being
Right.
on board too, but I agree.
Well, if it's within the town jurisdiction, do they have to approve it and we also have to approve it, or can they just approve it?
I think if it's within the town jurisdiction,
Then
then they would just.
then they
have
would
to-
go through the same process.
Correct.
Yeah. But,
I make a
But I
motion, I'll
mean,
second it, whatever
yeah.
you wanna do.
how do we approach this? Do
I
we
think you'd
approach
have
by
to get out
having you
to do this
I think
contact?
you gotta have a resolution first.
I think there's two ways we could do it, and Will, you'll have to correct me on this, but I think,
I'm
that,
ready to do a
we
motion.
probably need to reach out to VDOT. It's my understanding from Joey, we'd have to give them the areas to see if it would be eligible.
Seemed like they denied us on that.
I think that's you need specific areas, say,
You
this
know
is
that.
what we're wanting to.
I know a specific area that I know that I feel comfortable with, but I also am not trying to be greedy because it's in my jurisdiction or my district. But I'm sure you guys have other areas you would like to see
Well,
this.
let's
we
start
would,
one
but
with
I don't
yours
think
and
they're-
see how it goes.
Yeah,
I think there's a study been done for Clintwood and it was too much traffic. Was that not right, Larry?
At the time it was, Mayor Lambert had shared with me, but that's back when Clintwood High School was still open. And so he's been in discussion about potentially approaching
And
VDOT again.
he
and having
brought
it
up
updated.
rightfully so, that we do need to work that through the town.
Right.
Where do the Hayside corporate limits end?
Oh, it ends Lazarus Branch, so it's,
So
They
before
got that
it's,
bridge though,
but
right?
yes, it does. So
Stop
I
right
would
there.
like to
is
see
that
it.
where the ATV?
I think
They need to
in
get
the
go
pra-
to ENS. 'cause
in the
that-
past, I think the problem area was if it went into another speed zone, like a higher speed limit.
Seems
So
like
I
the
would think
ATVs
it'd be
can only
okay to
go
open it up to
25.
ENS grocery, cause it stays 35 the whole way down there.
I'd make a
And I'm
motion.
not trying to, I would also like to see if it's feasible to go to White Ridge Cafe and the camp, and the lake. Cause that could potentially be a good area. And I didn't get a request for that, but I'm just trying to think outside the box.
Tourism.
Tourism in general, we wanna be able to, cause when these guys come to ride the trails, they're gonna have to camp somewhere.
Well, we want them to spend their money.
Yeah, they're gonna have to camp somewhere, and they don't wanna go to the grocery store in their car. They're gonna wanna ride their four-wheeler down there. And
Let's-
those kind of
Let's
things.
make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approach VDOT to open this up some more.
And I'll second it and clarify maybe that we resolve if it needs to be a resolution
Yes,
or whatever. So I'll second that we
Yeah,
resolve to extend ATV traffic to ENS grocery on Route 80. And let's hold the rest and see how this goes.
we can.
I mean, you see what
we
I'm
can.
saying?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
first.
can. But I, again, and this is for all you, I'm not trying to do just my
We
district.
understand, I
want us to
understand. I
do-
do think they need to go to ENS, because
Yeah.
there's not many grocery stores in Hayside.
So I think that
Cause
would be good.
Shelby, you and Peggy may have stuff that reaches St. Paul.
Well, to me, this should be a relatively easy one, and
Yeah.
let's see how to do
Yeah.
it, and if, assuming this goes well, then maybe we explore the other routes, but,
Right,
so.
okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, we have a moving second on the floor to check into, and with VDOT and that, to work on trying to get the ATV extended to ENS grocery.
And we would resolve, in case it does need to be a
Yes,
resolution, we would resolve that.
And just as a side note, I think Clinchco, and it may not be applicable, but I think they also have something that allows golf carts, so maybe the same thing applies there, or,
Well, their town's dealing with a little something on that right now.
Yeah.
And
That's
I
what I
don't-
think so
Allowed
too.
are
on
they?
Monday.
Okay,
I
I
think
wasn't
so.
aware of that.
Yeah. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. And moving on to number 10A, which is the Federal Awards Administration Policy. And I guess between Will and Larry on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These items 10A and 10B, in order to be compliant with our federal awards that are received, such as ARPA funds, things like that, we have to have a policy, a Federal Awards Administration Policy in 10A, and then 10B, we have to have a conflict of interest policy as well that goes along with this. But the conflict of interest does apply to more than just the federal grant awards as it's written, so.
And I also went through the conflict of interest policy, looked at it, looked at the conflict of interest code for the Code of Virginia, and they're substantially similar as far as that goes. There's not anything materially different between those.
And we do have to vote on these separately, right? Yeah.
Correct.
That's what I thought. I had my note to do that, I made myself a note to do them separately.
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we approve the Federal Awards Administration Policy.
Okay,
I'll second it.
okay, we have moving second on the floor to approve the Federal Awards Administration Policy. All in favor, please say aye. Aye as well. Move on to the next one, B, the conflict of interest.
I
Any
make a
other-
motion that we approve the conflict of interest policy.
Okay, second.
I'll second it.
We have a moving second to approve the conflict of interest policy. All in favor, please say aye. Aye as well. Moving on to number 11, which is the general reassessment. I think this has been continuing for a month or
Yes.
two.
Madam Chair, and members of the board, as you're aware, we did advertise a couple of months ago on this, and we did not get any responses on our general reassessment. So the Commissioner of Revenue had his staff reach out to some other counties that have done reassessments recently and get the names of the companies that have performed those, and he provided that information to me, 4 companies. And our office reached out to those 4 companies, and of those, 3 indicated they are interested in responding to an RFP. So we feel that if we do re-advertise, that we will get a response this time, and this is going to be something that, we're going to have to get on as far as for our next reassessment that's coming up, 2024.
So do you need a motion to re-advertise?
We do. We've got 3 items. We have the, of course, the public notice, the request for proposal, and the scope of services. And can those be combined?
They can.
Okay.
I make a motion that we re-advertise the RFP for general reassessment.
Okay, second.
I'll second.
We have a moving second to re-advertise an RFP for our general reassessment. All in favor, please say aye. Aye as well. Number 12, we are down to the Virginia America 250. I think me and Larry, I'm not sure if all of you all got this email on this about the Virginia American Revolution 250 Commission, created by the General Assembly for the purpose of planning for and commemorating the 250th anniversary of Virginia's participation in the American independence, the duration of which will be 2022 through 2026. The commission is composed of legislative leaders, tourism and economic development officials, historians, and experts across the county, the state spectrum. And it comes with this resolution that the Board of Supervisors is dedicated to the furtherance of economic development and tourism in Dickinson County, and whereas the Virginia American 250 Commission was created in 2020 by the General Assembly for the purpose of preparing for and commemorating the 250th anniversary of Virginia's participation in American independence, and whereas VA 250 has requested that each locality form a committee to aid in the planning of the commemorative period, and whereas Dickinson County will form a local VA 250 committee, and whereas the committee will plan and coordinate programs occurring within the locality and community to regularly with 250, and whereas the Board of Supervisors wishes to undertake this endeavor with VA 250 to promote and commemorate this important historical milestone. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Supervisors of Dickinson County that the Board of Supervisors does hereby desire to support the Virginia American 250 Commission in their efforts to commemorate the 250th anniversary of Virginia's participation in American independence. And Dickinson County will form a committee to aid in the planning of the commemorative period. Does anyone have discussion or thoughts or?
No money
anything you want?
request, right?
No money requests. They're asking that we pass this resolution as Part A, and Part B would be to appoint someone to serve as.
I move that we adopt the resolution.
I second it.
Okay, we have a moving second to adopt the resolution in support of the Virginia American 250 Commission. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well.
Madam Chair, I move that we appoint Rita Surratt to this committee.
Okay, and a second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a move and a second to appoint Rita Surratt to serve on that committee, with her being in the tourism. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Moving on to number 13, which is the Atlantic Election Services Incorporated Agreement. Does you have an explanation, or do I need to ask Kayla if she has something?
I do. Ms. Deal is here. If you want to explain anything on this, since she's took time out to join us today.
Sorry, I didn't
entertain any
address you
questions.
properly.
That's okay. I'll just entertain any questions that y'all may have. This is an agreement we get every year. I went back to Mr. Barton a couple of weeks ago when we received this. We did see some substantial increases in cost that we were unaware of until the agreement did come through. One of the biggest things to note for us is that the legislators have passed a new law that does results by precinct on election night for our central absentee. So what that's going to mean is that for anyone who participates in early voting, which is the 45 days leading up to election day, we will now be dividing those results out based on the 11 precincts that we have, instead of them all being grouped together and saying, okay, Ms. Willis got this many votes, Ms. Sluss got this many. It will actually be broke down so you can actually look and say, okay, precinct 301, I got this many votes, or 302, I got this many votes. So where the substantial increase is going to come in here is we have to have a ballot style for every precinct we have in the county. So as opposed to in the past where Willis would have a ballot style, Clintwood would have a ballot style, Irvington would have. Every precinct you have will now have a ballot style. So that increases our budget for this coming year to by about $13,000. So it's going to be substantial, and even in the years to come, I've looked for next year. We're probably looking at about another $10,000 on top of that 13 this year. So we're looking at like $23,000 more next year because of county election. So unfortunately, you're going to see my budget request go up a lot more. But if you guys have any questions, otherwise.
Hey, look, let me ask you this. Instead of having a central election, why can you not, and this is what they did years ago, is they sent all the ballots to the precincts, and they counted them at the precinct.
Well,
And then the precinct people could challenge those if they needed to. In Central, nobody has the opportunity actually to challenge. I mean, they wouldn't know that precinct to challenge a voter.
well, any vote that comes in by mail, I mean, now, as far as the 45 days early for in-person, the person would have to be here in person to challenge them.
Right.
But any by-mail ballot can be challenged. But unfortunately, the law does not allow for me to send those out to the precincts any longer. So that's just
I
something
know
that.
they used to do that.
Yeah, they used to, yes. But now there is a law that requires us to have a central absentee voting precinct. And what y'all are going to see, and this is going to be across the state, is you're going to see a very big delay in results coming in on election night now, because this is all going to have to be manually hand keyed by more than likely myself. What they're telling us right now is probably the general registrars are going to be the only one to have access to that. So we're going to have to sit there and key, but the big thing is going to be, we're going to have to wait on these tapes to print, which could take, I mean, my machine vendor's telling me we're going to go from having tapes out of central absentee probably somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes to, we could be waiting hours, depending on how many precincts you have, how many offices are on those ballots for that year. So we're going to see a substantial increase in my office's comp time first and foremost, because we're going to be here till who knows when, but this comes at a great cost, and I encourage y'all to reach out to your legislators with these. This was one of the bills that's concerned me that I had talked to Larry about several times along the way, because it concerns me in a lot of ways. You know, there's just so much that was in this bill that I don't think anybody realized. And it was kind of an open-end thing. They did not specify what they meant by results by precinct until the OAG finally gave their opinion about 4 weeks ago, which was that it has to be reported on election night. Our hope was that they would give us the 30 days after, because basically we know this is the candidates wanting this information to see where they pulled votes and where they didn't, the same as it is when you get your results on election night from the precincts. But that was not the OAG's opinion, so. But it does come at a substantial cost for us. And, you know, if we add precincts along the way in the future, then that's just another ballot style. That's just more cost in general. So, but the contract just goes over everything that Atlantic Election Services does provide to us, from programming of the voting machines, battery life. They come out, they test them all to make sure, check the security of them, create the ballot styles, all of that. It goes over what his mileage cost is, the individual cost for him to program the voting machines and test them. So, but it's my recommendation that
We don't have no choice but to pass.
Well, the only option is if we don't pass it, he's the only vendor in the state that services our machines, so then we have to get new machines. So that's a lot greater cost, but it is the recommendation of the board. Jay has always done really well by us. He's owned the company now solely for a couple years. Prior to that, it was Spooner Hall, and he had worked with Dickinson County for 40-plus years, so.
Do they ever have to come out here from Midlothian
Yes.
for anything?
Yes, he comes out before every election. Most
okay.
of the time, he comes out twice because he will come and program the voting machine for early voting, and then closer to election day, he comes back and programs the other 13 machines.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they are available if something happens during the day to
Yes.
be here, aren't they?
Yes. Generally speaking, we will share a technician down here on this end of Southwest Virginia. But yeah, they have actually had to come out before, we've had issues, maybe a tape wouldn't print or something, so. But they are readily available.
Thank you, Kay.
You're welcome.
Thank you for what
Thank
you
you all.
do.
Thank you, Kayla.
I make a motion that we go ahead and approve it. I don't think we have any
Have a
choice.
choice. I'll second it.
Okay, we have a move and second to accept this agreement of this added cost due to the way the law has changed of having to have more boxes and stuff for each of the precincts. And that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Number 14 is the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers right of entry, and I believe this might be a carryover from last month's.
It is. Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, we had some discussion on this at last month's meeting, and it was decided to be tabled till this month. Of course, in the meantime, I've provided you with updates, but for the sake of the public, I want to update everything as well. Since then, I contacted the Corps and asked for an extension on this, and they granted that until we get through our meeting here, so that was good. Secondly, we contacted a company out of Bluefield, Cardinal. They came out and analyzed the situation where the tanks was, took initial soil samples. Everything came back clean on those, so they came back and actually removed the tank. We thought it was one tank. It ended up being two tanks. There were two 500-gallon tanks back to back. When they moved those tanks, all the soil underneath looked good. There's no sign of contamination. They used their portable screening equipment to screen the soil while they were there. The highest concentration in any area was like 37 ppm. And the technician indicated to me you have to be up in the hundreds before it's anything of concern. They took all their soil samples. Everything's been sent off. And I followed up with Mr. Sexton this afternoon before the meeting to see if those samples had came back. And they have not, but he said they're still in process. The screen didn't indicate any impacts, and the samples we took before excavation were all clean. They think everything's going to be fine. We've coordinated everything through DEQ, the Abingdon branch. We've notified them of everything. We filled out all necessary paperwork for closure of the tank. We've done everything that we need to do, and I've also kept the Corps of Engineers in the loop on everything that we're doing along the way. I spoke with them again Friday and provided them an update, so they are thankful for the work that we're doing. It's going to save them time once they get into this. So we are recommending now that we move forward with this right of entry, and we hope that we've got everything taken care of, and we're thankful that everything, at this point anyway, appears to be clean, no contamination. So,
And thank goodness. I appreciate, Larry, you getting on that. This worked out a lot better than I ever thought it would, frankly. Cheaper, I guess.
yeah, and the cost, like I said, is going to be less than $10,000. We've not got our final
And there
bill
was still avenues to get that funded, right?
There was. Had there been an issue, then DEQ has some
Bottom
funding
line is,
sources.
we needed to solve it now, because it'll only get greater later.
Right.
But, we need to learn from this. Anything comes up where people are using our property, or if we're trying to inherit a piece of property, We need to be watchful that none of this kind of stuff's there. But we need to make clear that no one buries tanks on any property that we're letting them use either.
Yeah. And these haven't been used in over 40 years. We spoke with Mr. Mackey Rose. He was one of the original members of the McClure River Rescue Squad who was there first, and he had knowledge that tanks were put in around 1965. He told us when they were took out of service, things like that. So they helped through the process, having his knowledge to speak
And
with him.
because of this, we can potentially see maybe $200,000 or $300,000 put into a new fire station.
We can, hopefully, that
Possibly.
once the Corps does their analysis and things, that if it is deemed to be an acquisition, then they will help us, construct a new building for Clinchco Fire Department. Does anybody have any other questions? I'll try to answer.
Okay. No other comments, questions, or anything? Do we have a move and second to approve this right of entry?
I'll make a motion, we approve it.
Second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a move and second to approve the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers right of entry on this property owned by the county down at Clinchco at the, where the Clinchco Fire Department is located. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Number 15, holiday schedule. You got that?
Madam Chair, if I might on that, of course, as a county with our personnel policy, we follow the state's holiday calendar, and we've included a copy of that in your packet under item 15. Of course, it lists on the left side what the state holidays are. Right now, our folks in the solid waste department, at the truck shop, the curbside pickup, and at the transfer station, they work all these holidays, and they only get off Thanksgiving and Christmas, 2 each year. Of course, they do get paid for the holiday that they're working, plus the holiday pay, the hours that they work, plus they get holiday pay, so they're getting kind of double pay for working on those. And in the past, that's what I guess you'd say the older generation, that's what they like to do. They like to make the extra money. And at the same time, like if they missed a Monday for a holiday, that next Monday is a killer because they've got a double run. They've got 2 weeks worth, and it means it takes longer to run it. There's more trips to the transfer station. It's a lot of work for them. And so that's part of the reason, too, they shared with me. But back on Memorial Day, after we met last time, we struggled getting enough help out that day. We had to borrow a worker from the transfer station, and we were still short of having enough people to go out and cover all the runs on that day. And we had spoke after that, and I had went down and met with the men one morning before they went out on the route. I talked with the supervisors first, and they said, having trouble covering. So I went down, we met with all the men and kind of surveyed the men. And all of our younger folks and stuff would rather have the holidays off. All holidays is what they would rather have. Some of the older folks that's been there for a while, Terry Byers, Daryl, Travis, I think that was the only three and Paul, those four would rather work the holidays, but everyone else at the truck shop would rather have the holidays off. And we know with the public and stuff that creates some confusion too, but they do deserve some time off. So what we're asking is kind of a blended schedule. We're asking if we could give them Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, and of course they're already getting Thanksgiving and Christmas. That would add 3 more holidays to them. Of course, we have 4th of July coming up next week, and we won't have time to get that in the paper, but if the board does go this way, then we'll have to, try to get the word out through social media and some of the routes that's going to be run that day, try to make some calls and spread the word on that. So I'll stop there and see if anybody's got any questions or comments.
I'm all for it. If our administrative staff, other people in this building get off, then the men should be off, period.
And we can do all holidays, which is really what the majority really wanted, or we can do this blended schedule.
I like the
It's up to
blended
the board.
schedule, but
I thought we could kind of start there and ease
I
into
was
it.
thinking that they used to have a day off of their choice if they worked a holiday. They had another day off of their choice that they could take.
And that may be in, I don't know, I just know since I've been here, that's what I was told has always been done.
And we may have went to paying them like double that day.
Mhm.
But, it puts a hardship on people that their garbage is not picked up. I know one time ours was on Christmas, and that's when you have your bulk of trash and stuff. But it's hard for people to keep 2 weeks of trash. And you can just have so many garbage cans.
Right.
I wonder
And
if
I
we
think
could
it's hard for people to keep their trash, and bears get in it, animals get in it, and I like their schedule now. I would be willing to give them another day off, but to me, we give them a day that they choose to take off.
Is that not how it is?
Well, I
No,
mean,
he says they get double pay that
I mean, they're
day.
getting paid now, and I mean, in the past, I mean,
I think in the past,
we're
they
having
got,
trouble covering those days is the big issue.
they
I mean,
were for the
that's
we're
holidays,
short,
but they
we don't
got
have
a
enough
day of
people
Some
to
of them want
run.
have family
Well, of
commitments.
course they do.
Yeah, and,
I mean,
but here's the thing, and I'm not opposed either way we go here, but you gotta look at, we also have other jobs in the county where we're not gonna be able to do this for, right? The sheriff's department, for instance, he's gotta cover. So just keep that in mind, but I don't think that we'll just have to adjust to accommodate it, and I think we can do that.
well,
So
I'm telling you
not
what, though,
opposed to
we
it.
need to do everything we can to support those guys, cause the prison's going up
Try
to
to retain them.
$44,000 in 2 weeks. Everybody's paying more. We're already losing one of our top guns,
person
and
right
so we better keep these guys and let them know we appreciate them. I mean, cause if we.
I'm not against doing it.
Because you're either gonna do one or two things, you're gonna have nobody, or you're gonna be having about 7 of them in here demanding $5 or $10 more an hour, or they're hitting the road, and who we gonna hire? You know,
So the majority of them wanted what? The day
They
off?
want all the holidays.
They want all holidays off, yes. And so that's what I proposed to them. I said, well, let's kind of start here. Let's do
I
Memorial
think that's
Day,
reasonable.
Memorial Day, Independence Day, and Labor Day, the major holidays, because that is times that lots of people are doing things. They have things planned with families, activities, and things.
I mean, this place is closed on Columbus Day, for crying out loud, and them poor guys are on a trash truck.
Yeah.
I think at least we can do is give them the 4th of July and Labor Day and Memorial Day.
I was thinking that when we hire them, we instruct them also about the days off, didn't we?
We do. We always share that and things.
Yeah,
We do.
and they accept it.
Well, what's your suggestion?
My suggestion is giving them 3 days, because I know I'm right there with Travis trying to figure out how we're going to run the routes and what we're going to do. And then if there's times whenever we can't run the routes, they try to use the guys that do come out and work and try to pick up some extra trash, but we can't get everybody's trash
So I
on
guess-
those days. And then we got people calling in and complaining because we didn't get their trash.
So some of the men will go ahead and block off, say, Labor Day,
It'll take off, and they're using
and
it.
we can't just say, no, you're not taking off Labor Day. Or we could, I guess.
Guess we could,
I really don't think it's that big a deal myself, but.
You're
I
just,
think
they're
we
just
can
adding,
flex.
how many more days?
3.
3. I think that's.
Well, if you give them all the holidays, you're giving them,
We give them several if we done all.
What's their Christmas schedule now? Forgive me.
It depends on what the
It depends on
governor.
how it falls and stuff. As far as for them,
Yes.
they get Christmas Day off. They work
Regardless.
Christmas Eve. Yeah, right now they get Christmas. They get Thanksgiving and Christmas is the 2 days.
So that's
that
not
they get.
changing under your proposal.
No, they're still getting
So that wouldn't change, Shelby,
well, you're saying
They
that
get 3
they get
additional
the
days.
holidays that the county gets. And sometimes the county gets 2 days for Thanksgiving, sometimes they get 2 or 3 days for Christmas.
Right, I'm
Depends
just
on what
asking
the
for 3
governor
additional days, just Memorial Day, Labor Day, and Independence
Right.
Day.
But
So it'd
if
be
you give
5
them
in
all the
total.
holidays, you're saying,
but that's not what he's saying.
Right.
He's
Yeah.
made a
Now, we could
compromise.
do that, but
July
I asked
4th.
them for 3 additional days, if we could do a compromise and do 5 days.
All holidays would include Martin Luther King Day,
Right,
George
and Columbus
Washington
Day
Day,
and-
Juneteenth,
Right.
And everybody else
Yeah.
gets off,
yeah,
but not them.
right.
But, so the least we can do
Look at
is
it this
give them
way,
a.
we do it, we're saving money, right?
We are saving money. And
Madam
I will add too that right now, and I may be backwards on my counties, but Russell and Buchanan, the two other counties in Cumberland Plateau, Toby got me the information. One of the counties, which I think is Russell, takes every holiday off. They take all of them. Buchanan County does Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, and Christmas, which is what I'm proposing.
I don't have a problem.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we allow our solid waste workers to have days off of Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, the day before Thanksgiving, and the day after Christmas. Isn't that right?
Well, just whatever Thanksgiving and Christmas fall on, just what they're getting.
We're
now.
right, the day before Thanksgiving. Because they get off Thanksgiving, you said.
Oh, I wasn't asking for any extra there, just Thanksgiving.
Oh, you had highlighted November 20.
You're
Oh,
just
that's
saying they get off
Thanksgiving Day.
November the 20th, 25th, and December 23rd, correct?
No,
Tell
I-
us again specifically.
Okay, they're already getting Thanksgiving Day
Day.
Oh, the
on
ones that's
Thursday, and then
highlighted.
Christmas the
Okay.
25th. They're getting those 2 days off now. And
You're
I'll
just
be
asking
proposing
to
adding
add.
3 more days, Memorial Day, Independence Day, and Labor Day.
Madam Chair, I will take back my motion a moment ago, and I move that we add Memorial Day, Independence Day, and Labor Day to the solid waste holiday schedule.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a moving second on the floor to allow the solid waste workers to take Memorial Day, 4th of July, and Labor Day off, along with their other 2 Thanksgiving and Christmas days off. All in favor, please say aye.
Yes.
Aye as well.
Let me ask you this, y'all done voted, I haven't voted.
What you say?
You're saying December the 23rd
I
and
think it's
December the
confusing where you got that
26th, right?
highlighted.
Yeah, because.
What I'm saying.
Yeah, I was saying if you mentioned that, I've seen
Well,
that
he's
because
got
I've seen,
2 on there.
because
He's
the
got
25th
these.
falls on a weekend.
So you need
this
to
time.
clarify
It
for her
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Mine's are highlighted.
Down the side.
So just forget the highlighted Thanksgiving. and
Yeah.
He just highlighted that to indicate that that's what they have anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Which
the
that's
only,
the 3
the only
additional days.
modifications we made were the September 5th, July 4th, and May 30th.
To allow them to be closed on that,
Correct.
those 3
Those 3
additional
days,
days.
3 additional days over what they're getting now.
Yeah, I noticed that, yeah.
Well, the reason it's the 26th, Christmas Day is on Sunday, and nobody isn't working on Sunday. So
Anyway,
this year,
right, right.
Christmas is
confusion on that. That's a
That's a good
observed
point, Peggy,
on the
that's right.
26th.
They get the day off.
Yeah. Thanksgiving, no matter what day, the number day of the month, it's always a
It's a
Thursday,
Thursday.
it's always a work day. But Christmas has the tendency to be a Saturday or a Sunday.
Right, it could change and there
Yeah.
wouldn't be a day off sometimes, correct?
Right. Okay. Are you backing up to vote on that, Shelby, or?
Well, I'll say aye.
Okay. Then you have all of us saying aye on that to add, let those
I just
be off that
think
day.
that it's gonna be confusing to the people to have to keep their
I don't think
trash that long.
We'll need to pick it up here on this July
It's
4th.
July 4th, so we'll have to try to get the word out.
Is
Yeah,
the,
this-
is the tendency to not run on that particular day? Are they gonna try to pick up that Monday, that
And see,
closed day?
And see, that's what we talked about, but there's just no way with the
Okay,
roads, the amount of
okay.
roads they have to travel, they
It'll
can't
be
do 2
like
routes in one
Christmas,
day. Yeah, we
they'll
have
be
to skip
picking
that
up a
week.
lot
You
when
would
they
just
come back.
hold your trash for 2 weeks?
2 weeks?
Yeah,
Hard.
Well, the additional Christmas trash will just fall
It's
to
hard.
hold it for a week. Your other trash will be for 2 weeks, because they didn't. I know. Okay. Moving on to item number 16. We have about 6 different appointments to address. The first one is the Tourism Committee, and we have a letter in our packet that Ms. Rita Surratt has asked that we reappoint everyone on the Tourism Committee with the exception of Mary Hilton, which is due to health reasons, and Dora Wallace, for she is no longer working with the town. And she is asking, she has requested or put in a request to replace Mary Hilton with Jimmy Blaine Mullins and Dora Wallace with Lester Hill.
Now,
I got a
Lester will not serve. He came to me and asked to be moved off of that, and I did.
How do we
Okay.
have this laid out? I mean, what are we trying to capture for this committee?
I'm sure this is the one he asked me to
For
take him off.
representation?
Wasn't it?
you know, I think we need representation across the whole county.
That's why I'm asking.
it's one of the more
I don't
important
think
things,
it's
I think.
dictated,
He's only come,
but I wonder.
It's not dictated, but I think that's the desire, but
Yeah.
I mean, we can't find anybody to serve on anything.
But he not there.
I mean, I'll be honest with you.
That's the problem, isn't it?
I tell you though,
I'm
I
just
do have a
asking,
name.
because it doesn't, it looks like it's really not spread out as well as it could be, I don't think. Well, Jack's over in your district, right, Shelby?
Yeah, Jack
Yes.
Stanley, she
Yeah.
just put him on last year.
Yeah, and,
No, Jack's been on several years.
I know he has, I'm
Yeah.
not balking at that, I'm just trying to look at how it's dispersed.
I've got a name for consideration, Madam Chair.
Okay.
This young man is Mr. Tyler Mullins. He is Mark Mullins' son, the grandson of the late Andrew Mullins. He's a major hiker. He hikes all over the southeast, all over the East Coast, and he and his wife are big into hiking. And he knows all the trails here in Dickinson County. He and his wife both are teachers at Ridgeview. I'd asked Tyler if he might consider serving on the IDA. He turned that down, but I think I can confidently say that this might be a more appropriate board for him to serve the county. He's very educated, very smart, and very into the outdoors, and I think he would be excellent on this committee.
What's his name?
Tyler Mullins.
That's Mark Mullins with the school board.
Yes,
son.
and he lives kind of, and you were talking there, Ron, he lives on Cowpath, kind of in
Yeah,
the middle of
yeah,
the county. He is in my district, but he probably identifies himself more from the Hayside than anywhere, but he's a good guy and really, like I said, is in tune with the outdoor.
I don't have
aspect of
any,
Dickinson County.
any names for say on this, I'm just asking because it's,
I'd like to put his name in nomination, Madam Chair, please,
As,
for the replacement for Miss Wallace.
okay, okay.
Lester won't serve, so.
Does anybody else have a person?
I'll see if I can get
Tyler would be
Lester,
good.
but I'm sure that's the one he went off on.
I think he'd like that.
He would.
What about his wife? Is she interested too, John?
Kendra's they're a lot alike. She's into the hiking and she's really educated and really smart too. I had just spoke to Tyler. I didn't speak to her. But Tyler's interested in the county and they're young and
so we still need to replace Mary.
We might consider his wife.
I don't know if they would want to do it together. Maybe, I don't know, but I definitely want to put Tyler's name into, by moving his name.
I would
into
recommend we
consideration.
don't do that, just
I was
because
thinking that there's something
you're,
that you don't
you
put
got
a
two
husband
people
and
that are
wife together.
partners and that, you know, I'm not saying it's bad, I'm
Turn it
just
down, but
saying
I
that
think you'll
it's
do it.
better to spread it out.
Well,
But I don't have a
thinking
name,
somebody
so-
is hard to. What's that Fleming lady that worked with Rita Surratt all the time? She's very active.
Marcy,
Yeah, what?
Marcy,
I haven't asked her,
Marzetta.
but she would be good,
Yeah.
cause she's very into tourism.
Marzetta.
Marzetta.
Fleming, I think she'd be good.
Would that be in Mary Hilton's place that's going
Place,
off?
yeah. Of course, I'd have to ask her, I mean,
Well, she asked to replace Jimmy Blaine Mullins with her.
oh,
Jimmy Blaine's good also.
Could we take up Tyler's nomination first?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that,
Or I
you
mean,
wanna make it?
you wanna second it?
And I'll second it.
And Teresa, I'll get his information for you.
if they want to replace Jimmy Blaine, I have no problem with Jimmy Blaine.
Okay, we first have a motion, moving second on the floor to, with Dora Wallace coming off from not being, with the town, and we have the name of Tyler Mullins to take that spot on the tourism committee. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Now, the other one with Mary Hilton, are we leaving it as Rita's suggestion of Jimmy Blaine Mullins, or does somebody else have another name?
But, did you mention one,
Well,
Ron?
Jimmy Blaine's fine with me. I mean, I don't have no problem with he.
I would assume since Rita has sent
That
this
they're
request
willing
in,
to
that
serve.
she's
He's
asked.
asked him, so.
Yeah,
I
I'm fine.
would suggest, I make a nomination, I suggest that we nominate Jimmy Blaine Mullins.
I'll second.
okay, we have a moving second to replace Mary Hilton with Jimmy Blaine Mullins. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Now, also, the whole committee is up for replacement because every one of their terms end June 30th. So
Well,
we also
apparently
need a
there's
move and second to leave everybody else that's on there, which is Ron Kennedy, Vicky Barton, Larry Yates, Jack Stanley, Austin Bradley, Kelly Rose, and Rita Surratt.
I'll make that in the form of a motion.
I'll
Okay.
second it.
Okay, we have move and second to remain all other tourism committees on the committee. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Now, number B, which is the Southwest Virginia Community Corrections Criminal Justice Board. We have a letter from Darren Russell, the director of that has asked that we reappoint Gary Hall to that position.
I'll make a motion that we reappoint Gary Hall.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a move and second to reappoint Gary Hall to the Southwest Virginia Community Correctionals Criminal Justice Board. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Number C, we are down to the Appalachian Agency for Senior Citizen. We have two,
Madam Chair, if I might clarify on that.
yes,
Right now, the county has 4 appointed citizens on this board, and Appalachian Agency for Senior Citizens amended their bylaws in February of 2022, and Ms. Lyle has included a copy in here of those, and they have changed in section 5.3A, their membership. The boards of supervisors of the counties of Buchanan, Dickinson, Russell, and Tazewell shall each appoint 2 residents to represent their respective jurisdictions on the board of directors. And so we have the 2 rotating off. So we have 2 more on there, Mr. Mike Ratliff and Rhonda Sluss, that expired June 30th, 2023. So it's my understanding that we won't need replacements since they did change their bylaws. But we wanted to include all this for your reference to show
oh,
you.
so Marshall Hughes and Delano Sykes can stay?
No, they rotate
Oh.
off on June 30th, and since they do,
Oh, okay, okay.
they're
We've already
changing their
got the 2
bylaws from
members.
4 to 2, so.
All right, so we'll pass
Okay.
that.
Well, it says that they can appoint 2 residents, right? That you have a person from the board.
Yeah, I mean,
Doesn't have to be a board member. Ms. Sluss is technically there as a resident,
Right.
even though she
You know,
is
she's
a board member.
correct.
Well,
And
Marshall
so,
does a great job.
What's
So if
that,
he's
Rhonda?
coming off, Marshall's coming off?
Marshall and Delano's term expires,
Well, I'd rather see Marshall on it than me. I mean,
and they're changing to 4-year terms as well, you know, 'cause it was 2-year terms, and so they are.
all right,
changing
submit your
4-year terms.
resignation.
I will submit my resignation from the Appalachian Agency.
I move
Senior
to
We're kinda, let me just, I was gonna add on this, we're kinda making a decision based on whose term was expired. And,
Well, no, we're making a decision based on the bylaws
The
changing.
bylaws.
well, I
change,
know,
say
I
they
know,
won't
but
make
I
it
guess
two.
I thought we were reappointing, but you're right, the bylaws changed.
Well, what Larry's suggesting is just a simplistic thing, but that evidently isn't what we want to do, so
Well,
let's,
I mean,
Yeah.
I just think Marshall does a great, he and Francis did a great job. They
All right,
are
so I
this
move
year.
Is he willing to stay on?
yeah, I'm sure he is.
He's
Okay,
been doing
okay.
better. He's been doing better
Okay.
physically.
Just-
I'm
just-
not-
He was
I'll
weeding today, so
Okay.
he's like, him and Larry Barton are Iron Men.
I
I move that
will
we
re-
accept Ms. Sluss's resignation from the Appalachian Agency for Senior
I'll second
Citizens
it.
Board.
Then I would make a,
Well, we need to
Okay,
vote on
okay.
that.
We have a moving second to accept Rhonda's resignation from serving on the Appalachian Agency for Senior Citizens. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I'm
yes.
aye only because you requested it, Rhonda.
well, I enjoy going, and there's a lot of questions that need to be answered about that, but, now I wanna make have we voted?
Yes. All
I
aye.
wanna make a suggestion that we appoint Marshall Hughes.
Second.
Okay.
And so just to clarify, he would be filling out Ms. Sluss's unexpired term.
Yes, for till 2023. Moving second on the floor to replace Rhonda Sluss with Marshall Hughes to finish serving out her term for the next year. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well.
Takes care of that.
Now, moving down to E, the Industrial Development Authority.
No, it'll be
Madam
Chair.
the college.
I check that off as though we had done it. Sorry about that. Okay. Southwest Virginia Community College Local College Advisory Board, the term of Miss Judy Compton will expire, and at the request of Miss Compton, having served one full term and 3 years of her second term on the board, Miss Compton has requested to be removed from the board due to family illness. I don't know, I don't have another person. If this is a district appointment, Judy is in my district.
She is not a district.
Okay, all right.
I would like to suggest, I haven't talked to him, I meant to call him today, is Mr. Bud Phillips.
I was gonna just ask about that. He might be a great candidate.
He would be a great candidate for
Yeah.
Southwest
Yeah.
Board.
I know he's a great candidate for it, whether he
And
wants
that's
it.
and that's his college.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we
So-
table that until next month, until we
I don't see why
ask
not.
him?
Of course, I don't see why not. Ask
I
about it.
think he would be our best candidate for that.
Yeah, that's
Madam
fine.
Chair, I just suggest we table that and pass over it and continue it to next month.
Okay. We need a second on that and vote to table it, or just
think
make
so.
a note? Okay. You got that, Teresa? Now we're moving on to item E, Industrial Development Authority, and this is, I guess, I guess we got two positions. One is to, Matt Fuller has resigned, which is the Clintwood District Representative, and then the term for John Johnson, is expiring as well. So I guess we probably need to do the first one that we've held for a while to, for the Clintwood District appointment.
I would like to appoint, or nominate, make a motion that we appoint Mark Vanover. He has agreed to serve out that term.
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a move and second to appoint Mark Vanover as the Clintwood representative on the IDA. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Now, we have an appointment for John Johnson that his term, he had served the unexpired term of Eric Price, and that is up.
Madam Chair, I move that we reappoint John Johnson.
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a move and second to reappoint John to the IDA board. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well.
I must say, I think we've got a really good IDA board right
think we
now.
have
I'm
a
not
good
taking away
IDA
anything
board,
from
too.
anybody, but I'm really happy
Yeah,
with
I
that
think-
board right now. And the people that are on it, and I appreciate they're almost all business people that have businesses and families, and they've been doing a lot of work, and Larry's been doing a lot of work, pulling double duty, and I know, we still got to get some shovels in the ground, obviously, to be totally satisfied, but I know they're working real hard, and we don't say we appreciate their time as much as we probably should, so, thank you.
Okay, moving on to number 16F, the Cumberland Plateau Planning District Citizens Appointment. We have 4 citizens that, members are appointed for a term of 1 year by the Board of Supervisors. And our citizen appointment is Richard Mullins, Lester Hill, Sandy Mullins, and Jeff Newberry.
Madam
Make a
Chair, I
motion
make
that
a
we
motion to
reappoint
keep
all
them
of
the same.
those. Go ahead, Ron.
Okay, Ron, you made the motion.
Yes, we keep
Shelby,
them
are
the
you
same.
going?
I'll second. You made
Okay.
a motion to reappoint all of them, correct?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I'll second that motion.
We have a move and second to reappoint for another year's term our citizen appointments on the Cumberland Plateau Planning District Commission Board. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Okay, moving on down to item number 17, the adoption of the of the items that we had on the agenda for public hearing tonight.
17A was in that
Yes.
addendum packet that we
That's
had
right, I
during
remember
the hearing.
seeing that
so-
now.
Do we if I make a motion that we, what was that first? Adopt the budget amendment? Do I need to read that resolution?
I don't think so.
No.
I'll make that
no.
motion then.
Well, let me get my,
Did you make the motion?
I made the
Yes.
motion.
I'll second, that we adopt the amendment with the added revenues.
Okay, I'll,
This is the clean wood?
No,
No,
we're
it's
not.
these.
Oh,
It's in
okay, I
the
got you.
supplementary
That's where I was
Budget.
looking at what was next in the
Right
book,
here.
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
it's those.
Sorry, that's why I was confused.
All right, we have a moving second on the floor to approve or pass the budget amendment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. B, the amended solid waste litter ordinance.
Madam Chair, I move that we amend the solid waste and litter ordinance to allow wood burning on citizens' property in Dickinson County.
For clean wood.
Clean
I'll
wood
second it.
burning.
Okay. We have a moving second to approve the amended solid waste litter ordinance. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well.
But I also think that in the
If you come
future,
back
we
and
need to
schedule.
revisit, there's a couple typos. There's, I recommend we pull out the fee schedule and reference a separate document for that because I don't think those fees necessarily reflect what we're currently doing.
Okay.
And then if we're not gonna enforce what's in there, and we don't feel comfortable with what's in there, then let's change it. Yeah.
Would it be the pleasure of the board to put this on the agenda again next month for a
I
public
think
hearing
that's
and
the
move
prudent
forward?
thing.
And
Well, I don't know, public hearing, but we might already.
May wanna discuss it.
Okay, so move it right back next month for
Well,
more
we probably should have
discussion.
done what I suggested and put it in other business, which I guess we still could do, but, I mean, I would like a little bit of notice on what you want to discuss about it. Not to say that I'm
Well-
against it, but
Well,
I
no, I
hadn't read
just-
the thing until before this, actually, so.
There's a couple typos in there. There's things like you're not allowed to throw a refrigerator in your front yard and use it as a garbage receptacle. Now, we know we're not enforcing that. Do we want to enforce it? If no, then let's just get rid of that, you know? And those kind of
I don't
things.
have
Let's-
any up my way.
I don't know that I've seen any.
And, you know, and then there's,
Refrigerators.
Who enforces it? The litter control?
yeah, and there's something in there that there was some ambiguity on whether
Whether
Clintwood has to
town,
pay for something.
Barbara to come from the town as far as,
And I recommend cleaning that up. Because it
Rather-
recommends that they pay at the transfer station. It's ambiguous, so I'm not sure what it's saying. So I may be saying, what I may have said is just
What I
maybe
think the
wrong.
prudent thing would be to let's docket it on next month's agenda. Let Ron maybe elaborate and whoever on modifications so we can research it and digest
Or if we
it.
have a
Then
workshop,
advertise it for the
we could
next, I wouldn't
workshop.
advertise.
Yeah,
it.
but I agree, your
Discuss
point
it.
was valid that we can't do it because it wasn't advertised this time. So that was all.
so Ron, if you and I could get together with some of those
Yeah.
changes, that way whenever we put it back in the packet, we'll mark some of this, and if anyone else has.
And maybe
any
you send it
proposed
to us and
changes,
say, Ron wants to look at this.
then I'll
and
send
we
it out
can
that
all
way everybody
think
knows. We'll
about
try
it.
to save some time at the meeting.
And then
so-
we'll have a
Okay.
rate schedule of what the transfer station's currently charging, because we set those rates
Right,
down
and I think
there.
that needs to be looked at each tax year, whenever we do the real estate,
Yes.
personal property rates and stuff as part of our budget process, to look at those rates, and instead of referencing them in the ordinance, that's a good point, Ron, that way if the
Mm-hmm.
rates do change, we don't have to amend the ordinance to change the rates.
And that's all. But that's not to take away what we're doing here tonight. We do need to make these changes they are recommended. Let's get it done.
Okay, we done voted on that. We're moving on to item number C, the Cable Plus franchise agreement.
Will, did you look at that anymore? And that, Harry didn't make a bad point there.
I
on the,
did. I actually looked exactly at what Harry's point was, and it is specified under page 5.
That's
item
what I
B,
thought, yeah.
in regard to assignability, so it does allow assignments with 30 days notice. And back to Harry's other point, if it was assigned and the person it was assigned to was not able to meet the obligations under the contract, then it's, contract's clear, or the franchise agreement's clear, that we could give notice to that person that they're not in compliance. And if they do not comply after that notice is given, then we can terminate the franchise agreement. So-
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the franchise agreement to Cable Plus. And I think we need to insist on, we need to take a look at our other providers in the county and ask for one of these. If we're mandating one business to have insurance and do all this other stuff, then we need to do it for everybody.
Okay, we have a move on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a move and a second on the floor to approve the Cable Plus franchise agreement. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Number D is the 6-year planned physical years for the, I guess on VDOT. Any more discussion, or do I hear move and second to approve this 6-year plan resolution?
I'll make a motion to approve this 6-year plan resolution.
Second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a move and second on the floor to approve the 6-year plan fiscal year 2023-24 through 27-28, and the construction priority physical list of 23-24 and 27-28. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Down to number E, the Board of Supervisors salary ordinance. Do we have a move and second to approve that?
Before we talk about that, I got a question. Have we ever updated that as far as it says there's a percentage increase that you can do?
Right, it can't be more than 5%. It says, this is only my second budget year, but we haven't. I think Ms. Willis shared that through her tenure on the board, it's been this way for some time, hasn't it?
My understanding has too. I'm not pushing for it. I'm just curious what you guys think.
That we keep it the same as it is.
What's that?
I make a motion, we keep it, adopt this ordinance.
I'll
as it
second.
is.
We have a move and second to adopt the ordinance of our Board of Supervisors salary. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Now, we're down to number 18 of the adoption of the budget. And our first one is the Department of Social Services. It is pulled out to be voted on separately.
Right, and Madam Chair, if I might, before we vote
Yes.
on the budget, just a couple of comments. Of course, as you all know, and for the benefit of the public, as we've worked on budget this year, this has been quite a unique year because the General Assembly and the governor from the state level, we didn't get a budget from them until last week, a final budget, and there were some questions in the budget and some pending legislation that could have really affected our budget. So what we done is we had to move forward with our budget, go and hold our public hearing and go through all the steps that we were required by statute to do. And that's what we've done up to this point. We're going to adopt a budget, but we all know we're going to have to come back here the 1st of July, and we need to get something scheduled on that because we need to get a hearing if y'all want a workshop, whatever y'all want to do. But we need to get this really by mid-July because with comp board and with the changes and stuff, the new salary is going to affect on 8/1 on that instead of 7/1 this year. So that'll give Ms. Fuller time to get the changes made with the payroll and things like that, because the biggest change, of course, is with the sheriff's office, the starting salary and the wage compression with the sheriff's office. And we'll have to get that included in our budget. That's one of the big things that was holding us up. So I just want to be clear about that. Also in our budget, I mentioned we're still, our budget is decreasing this year by $1,381,289. which is a little more than the amount of ARPA funds that we had in our budget this year. We've had increasing costs across the board in a lot of areas, but we've worked hard to try to keep that down. We've not relied on any additional coal or gas severance money in here than we have in recent years past. We didn't want to increase that reliance. And looking overall, we've made some changes through your help this year. And through your due diligence, we've been able to absorb some things and to make some changes that have saved the county some money. We're very grateful for that. Our increases, looking overall, as far as you can see on the on the summary page, there's a lot of red as far as a lot of decreases. But as far as increases, the largest increase we had from fiscal year 22 to 23 in our budget was with the school division. Their increase is their increase is $478,974, and I know you don't have some of this stuff in front of you that I'm talking about, but that was the largest increase in our budget by single line item. Sometimes there's confusion with the Department of Social Services because on the expenditure side, it shows they've increased by $514,000, but they also had an increase in revenues from the state, which just passes through us. And then we've got our match that we pay with that. So their net increase, the net cost to the county for DSS was only $61,018 is what it was. Of course, the schools are the highest, and then the sheriff's office is the second highest at an increase of $211,256. And of course, that's with the changes to starting salary, increased fuel, things like that. So I just wanted to point out a few highlights in that budget with the changes on that. As a board, you all elected to try to save from putting any additional burden on the citizens. All other counties around me that I've talked to the administrators, they have not done this. You all made an adjustment, being proactive for the citizens with the personal property tax rate, or not the rates, but the values, in order to try to keep the personal property tax level. Most of the other counties I've talked to, they said they needed the revenue. They weren't making any changes. And of course, you all didn't want to do that on the backs of your citizens because we felt like those values were unfair on their vehicles. So I applaud you for the stance that you took on that. Other than that, we've got a few minor changes to make on our budget amendment to reflect the changes with the state budget. We'll have to pick up the changes to Ms. Deal's budget with the new information we received. She provided that to me, this past month on the election, but just a few minor tweaks we'll do. And, with all the obstacles we've had, I think we've made a good budget year out of this, despite, the hand that we were dealt, so.
Well, you've done an incredible job, Mr. County Administrator. You've taken on 2 roles for half the year, got this incredible budget work, given the complexities of the amendment, the complexities of the delay in the General Assembly passing their budget. I just tip my hat to you in the amount of time and work.
It took us all working together to make this happen. So.
I'm very proud of this budget and the work we've done. We've supported our employees, we've supported our school system, and bottom line is we've been responsible stewards of the taxpayers' dollar, which is what we all committed to when we swore an oath to do this job. This is our job right here, this budget. This is what, I know we hear a lot about dog ordinances, we hear a lot about trash holiday schedules, but this is what we do, is manage the people's money. And I'm exceptionally proud of Mr. Barton's work on this under us. But Mr. Barton has, just incredible. So I really appreciate you, and I'm proud of this budget.
Thank you for that.
He's done a good job. Very, very, very good job.
But as we move forward, we will need a couple different motions there, and I've kind of outlined them in your board book as far as how we need to break this down.
Madam Chair, I may explain the reason the DSS appropriation is out is for a conflict due to my service as the agency attorney for the abused and neglected and foster children. So that's the reason that is being taken out. So I'm not legally permitted to vote on that appropriation.
Okay. Our first motion that we need is to vote to remove the DSS budget from the general budget.
I'll make a motion that we remove the DSS budget from the general budget.
And a second?
Second.
And Ron seconds that. So we have a move and second on the floor to remove the DSS budget from the general budget. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as
I
well.
abstain, Madam Chair.
And also, I make a motion that we approve the DSS appropriations for fiscal year 23 budget.
Okay, a second?
And that amount, Mr. Chair,
Do I
if
need
you'll
to-
clarify that.
Oh, the budget amount is $7,731,163.
Thank you.
And a second on that? Can I second it?
I'll second.
Okay, Ron. We have a move and second on the floor to approve the budget of the DSS, which is $7,731,163. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as
Abstain,
well,
Madam Chair.
and one abstain. Number 3, need a motion to approve the fiscal year 23 general appropriations budget with DSS removed, which is $18,904,680.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Josh
Second.
makes the motion, Shelby seconds it. We have a moving second on the floor to approve our general budget of $18,904,680. All in favor, please say aye. Aye as well. Number 18B is the motion to approve the fiscal year 23 coal and gas road improvement budget fund of $2,850,500.
I'll make that motion.
Okay?
Second.
Moving second to approve is on the floor to approve the fiscal year 23 coal and gas road improvement fund of $2,850,500. All in favor, please say aye. Aye as well. Number 2, a motion to approve the fiscal year 23 911 budget of $870,881.
I make a motion that we approve the E911 funds. for
Okay,
budget.
second.
Second.
We have a moving second on the floor to approve the E91 budget amount for fiscal year 23 of $870,881. All in favor, please say aye. Aye as well. Moving on down to item number 19, the reversion of funds. Larry, you want?
Sure. Madam Chair, this is a matter of housekeeping that we do each year. It's a motion that gives the treasurer the authority to revert the unexpended balances of all funds to which the general fund has transferred sums in support of appropriations to the general fund at June 30th, 22. And these reversions shall include the CSA funds and Comprehensive Service Fund, ADM as well. So,
Okay.
Can I ask if this keeps our funds that we carry over?
it does, and what we'll do, and I should have clarified that when I mentioned the budget amendment, we'll be doing that with the budget amendment as well. Whatever your balances were on that, we'll move them forward with that.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Good question.
Cindy and I were talking about that earlier today. I was asking what the balances were and things, so.
I meant to, and I'm sorry, forgive me, Madam Chair, we're moving along so good. Were y'all able to watch the coal road and gas meeting the other day?
I did.
Yes, I watched
Did
it
you send them a
until,
summary of kind of yet? I know you've been
I have not
swamped.
yet. We've been covered up, so.
I
I
watched it
know
until
Ron was
after
there.
10 or
We're
something.
trying, we got a lot of money in that, which is a good thing. But it's hard to get VDOT to, we can't spend the money because they won't do the stuff we want them to do. But we're gonna try to do
We'll reach out and ask each
major guardrail projects.
of y'all for needs in your district to go out and, well, I
You
guess
said
I
by
sent them
Friday,
y'all asking
didn't
for
you?
that, I guess.
Yeah.
I did ask
You
for
did,
that Friday.
okay, good. Well,
Yeah.
that's what I wanted to know.
I still have.
And I didn't mean to
more.
digress, and I meant to bring this up
No,
while we
that's
were
a good point,
voting.
but we're supposed to give it to you by Friday?
By Friday, but I'm gonna make sure I get everybody's before I submit everything, so I wanna submit it all at one time with one submission to Mr. Mullins at VDOT. That
It
way,
Paving?
appears
too?
we got their attention, maybe, I don't know.
I have
But now's the
one more
time
I
we
need
need to, if you got
submit
something,
also
Yeah, I watched it.
on
All
Long
right.
Ridge.
anyway, sorry.
Yeah,
And
thank
I
you.
That's okay,
apologize.
that's fine. Didn't you put that in your update?
It is in the Friday email. It was.
It was in the weekly update.
It was.
Yeah, it wasn't a separate email for that.
right, that's what threw me
Right.
for a minute, but yes, I did include
Yeah.
that.
Okay, need a moving second for the reversion of funds.
So moved.
Second.
Have a moving second on the floor to allow the treasurer for the reversion of funds at the end of the fiscal year, June 30th. All in favor, please say aye. Aye as well. And I noticed that the treasurer is here tonight. We thank her for all of the times that she attends. But I also noticed on Facebook today that you are closed, your office is closed to the public tomorrow and Thursday
That's correct.
to get your year-end stuff done.
Yes, we have to print all of our books, which takes 2 days to do. We have to get everything closed out for the new fiscal year, and there's no way around it.
Okay. With it being live streamed is the reason I wanted to mention that, so that people,
Yes, thank you.
another way to get the word out that you're closed to the public for the next 2 days.
Appreciate that.
You're welcome. Down to item number 20, the approval of the expenditures through June 30th, because after our board meeting tonight, we still have actually 2 more operating days in the fiscal year.
And again, Madam Chair, this is a normal housekeeping procedure that we do each year. to give us authorization to make payments for expenditures that will encompass the period of June 29th through June 30th, 2022. And that lets us to match expenditures with the current fiscal year. And of course, anything that's paid will be shared out with you as always on that, so.
Okay.
I make a motion that we approve those through June the 30th.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Moving second on the floor to approve for the approval of expenditures through June 30th. All in favor, please say aye. Aye as well. We're down to number 21, A, which is a resolution.
It's in a supplementary packet, Madam Chair, with the additional information, because the package went out
Yeah.
before the Cole Road, so we didn't actually have the resolution and plan with it there, so.
Right.
If y'all have any questions about the annual plan, I'm happy to answer them. We had a really good meeting. Mr. Blevins, our new member, is great, as I knew he would be, but,
Is that the guy that was sitting beside of you and between you and Jeff?
yeah,
Well, I couldn't figure out who that was.
he's really smart, good guy.
Is there, I do have a question. I was there, so I don't have a question peculiar to me, but, is there something document-wise that shows what the plan is?
I think it's in
Is that
there.
earlier
in the
yeah, I
supplementary
see that.
packet.
I wanted to make sure the others got a chance. I was there at the meeting, so I-
It's right here.
yeah, got it.
It has all the projects in it that were discussed and approved.
It wasn't in the packet, and it was in the
So
addition.
what, if you'll notice, the key thing in what I mentioned, and when I got us off track there, I didn't do it while we should have done it. Well, really, this is the better way to do it. Anyway, typically, it's the past 2 years, it's been 100 for guardrail. We bumped that up to 250, so that's why I'm emphasizing to you all to get it to us, and we're gonna reconvene in September. So, but that doesn't mean though, just because, and this is the crazy thing, just because we got the money doesn't mean they'll do it. Typically, you think you got the money that they'll do it, obviously they won't, but
We've paid money the past
we're
2
trying.
years.
Did I hear the VDOT man, Joey, say that they only had one contractor with guardrails?
That's what he's for, like, what, 6
One
counties
in
or
the whole
something?
state.
One in the whole state?
Yes.
Well, it's still no excuse to delay a project 3 years, in my opinion, but,
Well, that project you're talking about on Pound River, they have built it up, haven't they?
well, one spot, but apparently there's another spot that nobody knew about until the other day.
Cause I
But
went
I
down through
wanna-
there the other day to look.
I want to remind you how safe it is to travel to Quenchgo now, so someone doesn't inadvertently run off the road into the railroad tracks, because they replaced all that guardrail.
I agree
Run
with you
into the
totally.
railroad track.
Well, that didn't come from Coal Road money, though.
No, I know, but I'm just.
No, I know, but I
it
agree
just-
with you.
It cracks me up.
Yeah,
The
really.
riverside, I understand needing it.
But not the
I-
railroad.
Well, so you're all welcome, is what I'm trying to say for increasing this to 250. I'm trying to help
Yeah.
us all out here.
We'll send that to VDOT, and then they'll have their staff go out and actually look at each location that you have and try to assess the
Yeah,
need,
will
the
they?
I'm not
cost
sure
of
if I
it,
can get mine
and,
to you by Friday. We got that meeting Thursday and I got
I'll wait till I-
Friday.
I'll wait till I get everything before I send it, so I'll make
Oh.
sure I've got all 5 before I send anything, so I'm
Well,
gonna send them all
it may be
together.
best
Next
Tuesday
week
after
is
the
fine.
4th for me.
That's
Well, I
fine.
know we
Okay.
I asked 2 years ago, Josh, this is your district, but nevertheless, it's out there at McDonald's where
And I had
Tillman comes
Joey's,
down,
and I had
dangerous as all get out, guardrails there.
Mr. Large asked me, and I've asked Joey to analyze that, and he's never has.
I know, I don't understand
So-
why, it's been 2 years.
Put that back on the list. And
Which one is that?
Right there above McDonald's where Max Hillman's trucks come down.
Well, if y'all haven't watched that meeting, I would encourage you to, and anybody in
I'll
the
watch
public
it.
that
I haven't watched it.
wants to criticize us for what VDOT does or doesn't do, please watch that meeting and you get some insight in what we deal with when we talk bureaucracy and red tape and why we can't get nothing done. Watch that meeting. It's very frustrating. We have our own money to do our own projects and we still can't get it done, and it's very frustrating.
Josh, when I first come on board, they used to appropriate us $5,000 per district for guardrails. I think it's 5,000. And you could build it up, you know. And I know mine hadn't been used for a couple of years. And when I first came on board, I got several, 2 or 3 guardrails put in for what I had in my balance. But then they quit doing that.
Yeah, it's very frustrating.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch the rest of it.
Yeah, I think, well, that was before my time,
I
shall
didn't
we,
know it was gonna be.
too, but I'm thinking $5,000 will probably only cover the bolts. that
Well,
they
you
put
could,
in.
the fuel
yeah,
for
you
the
could
driver.
build it
But,
up a
you know,
couple of
but-
years and you could,
No, I agree.
But I just wish we didn't, just to be blunt with you, I'd assume we just not have anything to do with roads, period. I mean, because we can't obviously,
Get it done?
well, we got the money and they still won't do it. And so, but for whatever reason, we have this coal and gas road committee but I'm doing all I can do, is all I know. Aside from choking one of them, I don't know what else I
And
can
here's
do.
the thing, I know of at least two
Oh,
places two places in my district that have been called in. But I'm sure if we travel the county, there's hundreds of places we need it.
Yeah.
And so I
Okay.
don't know how
You
we
just
ever
have to
get the
choose.
end game on that one.
2 or
Well, that's
3
just
at a
like up my
time.
road. They come up there and they built the side of the road up, put cribs in there and filled it up with block. Well, before it fell off, they had a sign there telling you it was 1-lane road. Now that all of this has been filled over here, they've never come back and paved it, and they've never come back and moved this sign that's sticking 3 foot further out in the road. Well, when I talked to a guy at Fremont VDOT, and he told me to put the stuff in on the 800 road thing, and I asked him about that, he said, please put that in. Because I seen that, and that needs to be fixed.
It smells.
Now,
It still hasn't done.
Madam Chair, if I may, I would like to add something, because we rightfully so been raising our concerns with VDOT. And I will tell you, I'm not an engineer, but I see some good work going on down there on some of the roads.
Oh, their men, their crews
Yeah.
are wonderful.
I mean, I see some good work that they're doing to stop the
All the
river from
stabilization.
collapsing the road, because the river's encroaching onto the road.
They've got some great operators.
Yeah, before you get to Trimble, yeah, they have been.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the
Okay, that's
resolution
what I
of
was just
the
fixing to ask.
Coal and Gas Road Advisory Committee.
I second it.
Josh and Sylvia. Okay, we have a moving second on the floor to approve the resolution for the coal and gas road improvement fund. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Now, 17B was added to this, and this is the.
21B, you mean?
Oh, 21B, excuse me.
Madam Chair, I move that we make Karen Fuller the Dickinson County ADA Coordinator.
We've already done that.
Okay.
last month. What this is the grievance procedure that goes along with it.
Okay, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry about that. Will and Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the ADA grievance procedure that's attached,
Okay. Second?
Second.
that lists Ms. Fuller as the coordinator and the person who would be responsible for getting those grievance complaints.
Okay, we have a moving second on the floor to approve the Dickinson County Government Compliance Procedure under the Americans Disability Act here, and all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. And number 21C is
Thomas Miller.
this Thomas P. Miller and Associate. Do you have explanations?
I do, Madam
Larry, on
Chair. This is something that Mr. Phillips has been working on. I've not been involved in the day-to-day process of it, but, and I wish I'd have thought I would have brought some up. I've got some in my office, but the Lonesome Pine RIFA that we're a part of, they had contracted with this same company last year to create a marketing prospectus, and of course, they've got some printed copies of that, and we've got a digital copy available as well. And it outlines things, in all the counties, Dickinson, Wise, Scott, Lee, and the city of Norton. And it has, items about the economy, the demographics, things like that. And as part of the rebranding process and part of the economic development plan that you all developed, this is the part that Bud's working on, and this is what he's kind of wrapping up on. He's working on a new county seal. He is working on this marketing prospectus and going to be working on website updates, things like this. But this marketing prospectus will be to design those booklets, as well as it would have a digital deck that would be put online and could be used for other purposes as well. He's also met with Mr. Brad Deal about use of some of his photos and things like that to go in this. And we were going to do this to the IDA. We talked to the board about it last night, but then Bud decided maybe we'd just bring it to the Board of Supervisors and handle it through the Board of Supervisors instead. There was a question, that's going to be totally transparent, last night about the invoice schedule. There's 3 payments due, $5,000, $5,000, and $5,000, July 29th, August 31st, and September 30th. And there was a question last night at the IDA meeting about no deliverables attached to that. There was concern over that by one member, and we're going to get some more information and take it back to them. But it's a finished product with a company that has a good reputation that we have been a part of and worked with before. And Mr. Phillips asked that I bring that to the meeting tonight to be considered by this board.
So you mean the concern was we wouldn't have something tangible to look at
I was concerned as far as the
end of one of the?
deliverables with that at one of the
That's a good question.
milestones there, so.
Well, I guess the way I look at this is just, I mean, we're trying to get in the game.
We are.
We've
we're
not been in the
behind.
game. We're clawing, we're on the bench still, but we're trying to get in the game.
This is one of the
I
steps
mean,
that we have to take in order to get there. So I'll answer any questions, or I'll run downstairs and grab one or 5 to show y'all what they are if you'd rather look at the Lennowisco one, the RIFA ones, to see what it is, what it's about.
Did they do the website piece as well?
They don't, but some of the work that they'll be doing will be incorporated into the website piece.
If we can look at it. at
Yeah,
your
I'll run down
office.
and grab it real
Well,
quick.
you don't have to.
Yeah, I'll show you what it is.
Man, we could look at it. We could. Maybe we can run down there.
He can hustle.
Yeah, he can have one screen. Where's that at?
It's on the county's website. What was I doing last Friday that I had to quit? I quit watching it at
I had my babies.
something after 10. I forget what I had to go somewhere or do something. I think I had to go somewhere. Oh, it's on YouTube.
When we'd be doing be solely on Dickinson County, and I think Mr. Phillips or Miss McCown actually sent this out to you last week, the agreement.
I'm sorry. You-
Yeah.
This is somebody else's example,
Yeah,
right?
we have a part in there.
Well, it's kind of ours too.
Yeah, it is ours as well.
Page 21, if you look at that, that's definitely not us, because it's a 4-lane highway.
If you look at the really good picture showing where the rehab facility is going to be, it shows the upper portion of the chip mill lot. Shows the pads on Red Onion, a pretty good picture of those in there for us.
So this is the riffle one, right?
And that's the RIFA one, and this is the company that done that, so. And that's his desire, that we'll have something that'll be part of our website as far as,
Industrial site there.
and there's gonna be a section as far as, what we have, be a section on the schools, telling about the schools, showing pictures of that, the hospital, the different amenities that we have here, as well as showing, our industrial sites that we have, and then just, the portion on coal, Bud's kind of working on all this, and again, like I said, I'm not involved in the day-to-day, but I know he's working on the components for it.
This is the same company that,
It is, that produced that.
This is nice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm like, Josh, we can't just lay it up in the shelf and not go forward. So I make a motion that we approve this.
Is these ours or you need
You
them
can
back?
keep those, yeah. I had some extras, so.
Isn't that what you think, Josh?
Yeah, I think so. I'll second.
And the question from the IDA last night was
Biggest concern is that there wasn't deliverables attached to the
what they
three
may would
payments.
have done for us by each invoice billing time.
And I assume they had they used the same contract for this.
Same contract that they had, because
Yeah.
that worked with Mr. Severs at the Lunch and Pine River.
I'm fine.
And also the question come up, you know, in the event of any conflict, it goes by, I want to say Indiana laws, whatever state they're out of instead of Virginia, but that's a common thing in the contract that they do as well. Freddie had mentioned to him last night, you know, they probably wouldn't change that.
Okay, we have a moving second on the floor to move forward with this professional service agreement for benefit of the county and getting our name out there. And so all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Okay, we're down to item number 22, which is closed session. So, need a moving second for,
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A 1 and 5, Section 2.2-3711A1 Personnel, and 1 All Departments, Section 2.2-3711A5 Economic Development, 1 Update, and also consultation of legal counsel.
That's
Is that the
2.2.
same motion?
It is 2.2-3711A8 on that
Okay.
one.
I'll second.
okay? We have a moving second to go into closed session pursuant to Virginia code that has been read for the reasons that are stated. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are now in closed session. Motion and Shelby seconded to certify a closed session. Josh made the motion and Shelby seconded, and everybody voted on a motion coming out of closed session to provide workers' comp for the auxiliary deputies in the sheriff's office. Now, does anybody want to make their supervisor comments over publicly, or Ron, are we down to you?
Thank you down to me. I don't have any. Have a happy 4th of July, everyone.
Yeah, same for me. Everybody, all of us, all the board members that's taken vacations got adventures and everything scheduled for July. Everybody have safe weekend, safe 4th of July. And sometimes I just am bombarded how I can't please people. And on that, I would take a move in second for adjournment.
So moved, Madam Chair.
I second.
We have a move in second to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye as well. We adjourn till July.